will be live streamed. Hasn't quite started yet, or the live streaming hasn't started, and also the racing hasn't started. So from these two heats of the club single scull, the first three will go through to the final. Well, I can see some scullers are underway, and the first event on the program, I can't pick anything up at this stage. Coming up to the 500 metres in the first race, the first heat of the female club single scull. Today's regatta is being live streamed. Paul Blanchfield and his team, Simon, and camera people and along the course throughout today and tomorrow. So you'll be able to watch people who can't be here or have to go away somewhere. We were due to have 5 starters, but I can only see 3 there coming into the second 500 metres. In the first race of 2 days of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program, proudly sponsored by J.G. King, the So until I realise when I can see them closer up, they were due to be Kate Dieball from Richmond, Melbourne, Bea Klein Van Millicum, Richmond Helen Pearce, Mercantile Sophie Bolmat, and Gippsland Grammar Scarlett Tavarsky. They've come through the 1,000-metre mark in the first race of 2 days of the J.G. King Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. The first heat of the female club single scull. Now it says 3 to the final, but looks like only 3 scullers started. So I would hazard a guess that one will be eliminated after the heat. And coming out into the third 500 metres, it looks like Gippsland Grammar on lane 6 on nearest the judge. Melbourne Rowing Club out there on lane 3. And the Richmond sculler on lane 2 is in the lead. Kate Dieball into this third 500 metres. From the Melbourne sculler, Bea Klein Van Mullicum. And the Gippsland Grammar School sculler nearest the judge on lane 6 is Scarlett Tavarsky. Now, the head of the jury today and tomorrow is Bill Webster, or William Webster, and he's just informed me that the 3 scullers on the course will in fact proceed to the final, as one of the scullers has unfortunately fallen in the water in the early part of the race, which I couldn't see with the mist that was up at the start. So Kate Dieball doing it comfortably out in front over the Gippsland Grammar School sculler on nearest the judge in Scarlett Tavarsky. Closely followed by the Melbourne sculler Bea Klein Van Mullicum. So it looks like the Richmond sculler Helen Pearce maybe the one that had a little ducking in the morning, early part of the program. And she will be eliminated, of course. Now these three scullers will go into the final later in the day, later in the morning. And a very polished performance coming from Kate Dieball from the Richmond Rowing Club, coached by Will Golding. Coming down to the line to score by about 3 lengths at the finish from the Gippsland Grammar School sculler from Sale and Eastern Victoria, coming a long way for the regatta. Scarlett Tavaski, and then another 4 lengths back to the Melbourne sculler B of Klein van Mullicum. There's the Orkia from the following umpire. The white flag being shown for those 3 scullers who will all proceed to the final. The 4th sculler in the race did not finish and will be eliminated. And Mercantile was a scratching on lane 5. Still can't see a start in the second heat. Corio Bay, Sydney Arnold, Ballarat City, Ebenwalder, Mercantile Louise Carr, and Mercantile Genesee Kelderman. Both the Mercantile scullers coached by Annabelle Eaton. Our major sponsor today is J.G. King Homes and Perfect Balance. Thanks to Al Isherwood, we appreciate him being with his company Perfect Balance, along with J.G. King Homes, our gold sponsors. Our silver sponsors, the renowned Australia-wide paint company called Hames Paints, stationed here or based here in Ballarat. Delta Floor World, Optus Screens, and Viola Environmental Management. And our bronze sponsor is Selkirk Bricks. We also have two small business sponsors, Rob Manning from Rob Mann Boat Repairs and Eclectic Tastes Jane Miller. We thank all those sponsors for the sponsorship of today and tomorrow, the two-day Wendouree Ballarat program, J.G. King Homes Regatta. Well, the mist has come down heavily down at the start, so I can't see anything at all at the moment. Our catering today is by the Damascus College. They've got the sausage sizzle on the South Station. We've got the Bean Me Up coffee and boost juice. We thank them for once again being here at the Ballarat venue for today's regatta. Sausage sizzle in bread is only $3 with onions. Egg and bacon rolls at $6. Hamburgers $7. And hamburgers with after 11 o'clock. Salad rolls at $6. Assorted slices $3. There's fruit available, bags of lollies, Powerade, sports drinks, soft drinks, and water available at the marquee run by Damascus College today. And the Bean Me Up van is here with the beautiful range of coffees and teas available at the Bean Me Up cafe or coffee van, which is right on the road on the finishing line. Now I can see the four scullers in the second heat of the club single scull, with Louise Carr out in the lead on lane 5. From Mercantile, in fact she's well ahead of the rest of the field. Second place, perhaps Ballarat City Ebony Evan Walder on lane 4. Then back to Corio Bay on lane 3, furthest from the judge. Sydney Arnold, they look to be the three scullers to go into the final. Back in 4th place is Jenny Kelderman from Mercantile, who will be eliminated first 3 only through to the final. Following this, the next 2 races on the program have been eliminated. The club single scull for the men. So race 5 will be the next one coming down after this, the schoolboy single scull open Division 1. But Louise Carr doing it very easily, coached by Annabelle Eaton there at Mercantile. Nice long strokes in the water, and she's appreciating the excellent conditions down here towards the finish. Well, it's a little bit calmer, although the conditions all the way down the course haven't been too bad. But well done to Louise Carr, the winner of the second heat of the club single scull. Crossed the line first, scoring a convincing victory. A couple of 100 metres in front of second and third. We're having a great battle for second and third, Ballarat City and Corio Bay. Ballarat City, Ebony Ebba Walder, and Corio Bay, Sydney Arnold on the South Station. And then back in fourth place to be eliminated is Jenny Kelderman. Neck and neck race for the second place here. Not that it's important, but for lane draw. And almost a dead heat, but give it a Ballarat City second. Half a metre in front of Corio Bay in third place, and then well back to Mercantile on lane 6. So the first 3 place getters will go through to the final. And there's the all clear from the following umpire. A white flag being shown. So the next race on the program coming down is race number 5, in fact. As I mentioned earlier, races 3 and 4 have been eliminated, not required. The Goldfields Health Collective was sponsoring that men's single scull. At the first heat of the male single scull, first 4 will go through to the A final. The remaining crews to the B final, made scullers to the B final. And all 8 scullers look like they've started here. The sculler on lane 8 is a long way behind James Burnett. The first 4 through to the A final in the schoolboy single sculls. So they come to pass the 1750 metre mark of the 2000 metre race. And the Ballarat Grammar School sculler on lane 6. Lachlan Heath, coached by Brad Cummins, who's coaching all three Ballarat Grammar School scullers in this heat. That's Paul Commons, who's also got 4 scullers in this heat, in fact. So down towards the finishing line in the dark coloured boat comes lane 6, Lachlan Heath, or Lockie, prefer to be known. Lockie Heath goes across the line first. In second place, Charlie Savage on lane 2. Third will be lane 7, which will be Jonty Fall. And fourth will be Essendon. Those 4 through to the A final. Reece Davey in 5th place, lane 5. Oliver Harris from Ballarat Grammar. 6 will be Trinity on lane 1 on the south side of the course. Vanch Bulwar. In 6th place, 7th place will be Albert Park College, Luca Mercury. And 8 underneath the judges' box will be the Trinity sculler James Barnett. So unofficially down the page with the all clear from the umpire coming from the boat there in race 5, 624 75138, 624 75138, and a good win there to Lockie Heath, coached by Paul Commons, who's coaching all 4 Ballarat Grammar School scullers in that heat. Don't forget the catering on the south bank there with the Damascus College providing all the food. There's sausages there on the barbecue and with the onions, and bacon and egg rolls, and later on there'll be hamburgers after 11 o'clock. The Boost Juice vans there on the curbing, along with the Bean Me Up machine, which looks like it's pretty popular with the coffees, providing a little bit of warmth in this coolish conditions. The second heat of the schoolboy single scull sees a couple of scratchings. Lane 4, Ballarat Well, coming out of the gloom, I can see the scullers in the second heat of the schoolboy single scull. Coming down towards the 1,500 metre mark. With underneath the judges' box here, the Albert Park College sculler, coached by Minnie Cade. Good to see Minnie coaching at Albert Park. And so used to Virginia Lee helping out down there. And Lewin Harridge is comfortably in front, I think. Probably 2 or 3 lengths in front of the Hawthorn sculler, Adam Chung. And across to Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson, coached by Paul Blanchfield, who's in charge of our direct live streaming today. And I've just had a friend who, grandparent of Louise Carr, who won earlier, saying she's been watching the coverage, which is good. Nice to get a bit of feedback. So first 4 through from this heat, so only 1 to be eliminated, with Trinity having 3 starters. At Albert Park College in the lead still on lane 8. Lewin Harridge from the sculler alongside him from Hawthorn, Adam Chang, coached by Tristan Toreski. And then right across to Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson. Fair way back to the other 2 scullers in the event from Trinity. James Solomon and Matthew Rigby. But underneath the judges' box comes the leader. A couple of strokes to go on lane 8, second heat of the schoolboy single sculls, going to Lewin Harridge, coached by Minnie Cade there at Albert Park College. But 2.5 lengths clear over the Hawthorn sculler in Adam Chang. 4 lengths further back to Wendouree Ballarat, of course. This is the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta. Joachim Henderson finishing in 3rd place. And the 4th sculler will be the first of the Trinity College scullers in James Salomon on lane 5. Those first 4 into the A final. With the other Trinity sculler, Sam Burnett, coming through in 5th place. Going to the B final. We move next to the schoolgirl single scull, Open Division 1, race number 7 on today's program. First of 2 days of the Wendouree Ballarat program. Proudly sponsors our major sponsor, JG King Homes, along with Perfect Balance. And the 2-day regatta is being live streamed through Rowing Victoria, Rowing Manager, for those that wish to keep up to date with the regatta. And you'll be able to see some of the early parts of the races, which I can't see through the fog at the moment. And for those that can't be here, great way to watch the regatta.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
Don't you love it when people say, "I just love your accent. Where are you from?" That's your cue to get your Aussie on. Aussie, born and bred, made and owned. A lot like Hames Paint, really. Born in Ballarat in 1935, Hames is actually the only major paint brand that's made and owned right here in Australia. What? I know. It's crazy, huh? Who you talking to? Oh, what's that? You want the best quality? You're on. Hames has been rated best paint by CanStar Blue 5 years in a row. Not 4, not 3, 5! I mean, that's nuts. Oh, you want colour? When you paint with Hames, you can channel earthy warm, peaceful zen, softness, vitality, or any other vibe. When you paint on Hames, you're painting on everything this fantastic fruit salad of a country means to you. Hames Paint. It's Aussie, and it's the best. So go on, paint on, Australia.
With Optus, you can power the potential of Australians in need. Simply donate your data on My Optus app. It starts with yes.
Well, it looks like some further scratchings in this this first heat of the women's single scull. The schoolgirls, just the two scullers coming down the course. And it's been a good race all the way down from what we could see, with the sculler on lane 5 just drawing away Eclipsane Grammar Ella Durand, scored by half a length from the Yarra Yarra sculler Sophie Miller. Now it looks like just the two scullers coming down also in the second heat. With the leading sculler from Sacred Heart Geelong, Beatrix Hearn on lane 2. On the south side of the course had about 5 lengths in front of Madeline Spano from Fintona on lane 4. sure what's happened to all the other scullers in both the heats. But in the end, with the two heats coming down, first and second into the final, and there is to be a third heat, but in this first two heats there's only been the two starters. Well, the sculler in this boat is G4, Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bullinger from the previous heat, so I think that's what's happened. And lane 6 from Shelford Girls Grammar, Octavia Thompson. So maybe that's what happened. Heat 1 was rowed in two heats, or in the same race, and there was just a long distance between them. Toorak College were scratching there, lane 7. Nadia Walland was out, and we didn't see the other Toorak College sculler, Sophie Tereski. So in that previous event there had been some mishaps on the course. That's why the scullers came down Gippsland Grammar and Shelford Girls Grammar, who will miss out on the final as the first two place getters hadn't been decided. Good race here with first and second only going through to the final, the A final, the remainder, or third and fourth to the B final and the remainder to the C final. And Loretto Ballarat, Turak, Annabelle Bamford, who has three coaches, James Rook, Samuel Ramsey and Coma McConville. She's out about 2 lengths in front of the Lauriston girl, Eloise Thompson, coached by Jack Steele. They look to be the two scullers who'll proceed through to the A final. That's Loretto Turak. Annabelle Bamford coming down to the line, although she stopped rowing before the line. Now she's going across the line now. 1 1/4 lengths clear over the Lauriston girl on lane 7, Eloise Thompson. So about 1 1/4 length the margin there, and it's quite a distance back to the third place getter, which is Sacred Heart from Geelong, Beatrice Hearn. And quite a gap back to Fintona, Madeline Spano in 4th place. And 5th position will be Nestles from Western Victoria, down there, right down past Warrnambool. Emma Van Dijnhoven in 5th place. Doesn't look like the Loretto Ballarat sculler started, or certainly she didn't finish. So the first 2 place getters, Loretto Turak, Annabelle Bamford and Lauriston girls, Eloise Thompson, into the A final. 3rd and 4th into the B final, and the remaining sculler Nestles into the C final. One more heat to go in the schoolgirl single scull, Division 1, Heat 3. Race number 9 on day 1 of the 2-day Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program, conducted by the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, under the auspices of the Rowing Victoria, where the president of the jury today is Bill Webster. And that third heat is well underway. The schoolgirl single scull Division 1. On the south side on lane 1 is Turak College, Jemima Mantello. Lane 2, Nagambi Lily Rose Hall Kraus. Lane 3, Lowther Hall Chloe Shorp. Lane 4, Yarra Yarra Zara Corey. Kafori, I should say. Lane 6 is Lauriston, Charlotte Bond, coached by Jack Steele. Lane 7, Lauriston, Zoe Saslavsky, coached by Jack Steele. Now, the regatta is being live streamed throughout the world today by Paul Blanchfield and his team, and you can, if you're not at the course, or if you are at the course and want to see some of the early racing, you can see it on Rowing Victoria Rowing Manager throughout today and again tomorrow. We thank Paul and his team for the live streaming. And gee, the water's flattened out pretty well all the way down the course now, which is wonderful for the competitors. And Yarra Yarra in the lead here, Zara Kafori on lane 5. Through the 1,500 metres, she's cleared right away from the rest of the field. second place would be Ngambie, Lily Rose Hall Kraus. They're coming through the 1500 now, followed by the Toorak College sculler Gemma Mantello. And a little gap back to the two scullers on this side, Charlotte Bond and the Lauriston sculler, the other Lauriston sculler, Chloe Seslansky. So very calm conditions now prevailing for the scullers in this third and final heat of the schoolgirl single scull. Division 1 over 2,000 metres on day one of the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta, proudly sponsored by J.G. King Homes and the Perfect Balance, now Isherwood and his company. What an easy win coming up here to Zara Kafori of Yarra Yarra in the red and blue colours. Sculling into these slight head breeze conditions, flying almost directly down the course, the southwesterly, and going to be a very, very comfortable victory here to Zara Kafori of the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. Nice long strokes in the water and getting plenty of clearance between strokes as the Yarra Yarra sculler takes out the third heat of the schoolgirl single scull Division 1. Should be a ripper of a final later on. And she's had probably the easiest win of the day. Louise Carr earlier in the second race had an easy win, but not as easy as this one. Ngambie in second place, Lily Rose Hall Kraus. She'll go into the A final. And then follows Toorak College, Gemma Mantello on the South Station. Followed back to the two Lauriston scullers on this side of the course, Charlotte Bond, and on lane 7 nearest the judge, Chloe Seslansky. So in second place, even though she finished some 350 metres behind, is the Ngambie sculler from Central Victoria. They have their big two-day regatta coming up next weekend on Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre. She goes across the line, Lily Rose Hall Kraus. In third position, Toorak College from the National Water Sports Centre down there at Carrum. Gemma Mantello, who'll go into the B final along with the other sculler in fourth place, which will be lane 6, Charlotte Bond. She finishes fourth. And still the other Lauriston sculler to come. Chloe Seslansky. Doesn't look like Lather Hall started. Either that or she came to grief, we don't know. Certainly from our vantage point. So the next event is the under-21 Cox Quad Scull. So we've had single sculling right up till now, and now we'll go into a bigger boat, the Quad Scull, a great way to learn the sport of rowing. And we've got well, they're all school boats. First heat, Corowa Anglican Grammar School, Gippsland Grammar, Geelong College, Cardinia International College from Geelong, and Strathcona on lane 6. Well, the first of the two heats of the under-21 Cox Quad Scull. Pretty keen race for the lead here between the Corowa girls and Cardinia International College from Geelong. They're going stroke for stroke down to the line, with perhaps Corowa Anglican Girls Grammar School holding a slight lead. Stroked by Abby Sherrick as they come down to the line to take out the first of the two heats of the under-21 Cox Quad Scull. 3/4 of a length to the Cardinia National College in second place, coached by Wayne Nitsky again this year with Anita Whitehouse. And a little gap back to the third place getter, which will be the crew from Geelong College on lane 4. And quite a gap back to the rest of the other two schools. In Strathcona on lane 6, nearest the judge. And even quite a fair distance back, Gippsland Grammar on lane 3. From Sale and Eastern Victoria in 5th place. Now the second heat's underway, race number 11 on day 1 of the 2-day Wendouree Ballarat Regatta program. Starters here on lane 2, Fintona, lane 3, Strathcona, lane 4, Damascus College, lane 5, Cardinia International College from Geelong, and lane 6, Albert Park College. Remiss of me, in the previous event, the crew that finished third was in fact Gippsland Grammar. 4th. The 5th position was Geelong College. Now they're underway in the second heat, the over 2,000 metres, all races today over 2,000 metres in event 11. Our regatta sponsor JG King Homes began building steel frame homes here in Ballarat in 1985. Their vision was to pioneer a new standard of home building using exclusively Australian-made true core steel. They've received many accolades and awards throughout the 30 years of operation. JG King Homes takes pride in seeing their customers enjoy their homes as the biggest reward of all. They've got 35 JG King Homes, have 35 display homes throughout Victoria, with 10 offices also in Victoria. pay them a visit and see what life is like out inside a JG King home. So our joint gold sponsor today is also Perfect Balance, and we're lovely to have Al Isherwood here at the Regatta, and a little later on I'll have a chat to Al about his company and how well they're going. Also our silver sponsors are Hames Paints, the Australia-wide paint company based here in Ballarat, Delta Floorwood, Optus with their screens, and Viola Environmental Management. Our bronze sponsor is Selkirk Bricks, and our small business sponsors are Rob Manning from Rob Mann Boat Repairs and Electric Taste from Jane Miller. We thank them all for their great sponsorship for the Regatta. Just take a seat for a minute and I'll call this race and then we can... And nearest the judge here, lane 6, is Albert Park College, Mia Maklub, Ella Fitzkilipski, Eva Levanska and Saska Payne, coxed by Lulu Gleeson Payne and coached by Virginia Lee. They're well out in front, the Albert Park College crew, on lane 6 in second heat of the under-21 Cox Quad Scull, about 4 or 5 lengths clear. As we see the Albert Park crew very impressively winning the second heat of the Quad Scull under-21. Well done. Terrific row, and you look very, very polished at this early stage of the season. In second place will be Strathcona on lane 3, followed by Fintoner on lane 2, then back to the Cardinia International College on lane 5, and then Damascus College running the food stall today on the south bank under the big pine tree. The school finishing in 5th place. So Albert Park College, Strathcona and Cardinia International College joining Corowat, Gippsland Grammar and Cardinia International College from the first heat in the final of that event. So that should be a very good race later in the program. any rate, University College is here at the Regatta, and nice to have Rachel up here in the broadcast position. And if you want to learn about a residential college at Melbourne University, University College has a marquee on the South Station, and nice to have Rachel here at the Regatta. And if you want to find out about University College amongst the young people, which is a residential college at Melbourne University, please go across to the marquee. A lot of scratchings in the Schoolboy 8 Division 1, so just leaving 3 crews with Geelong College on lane 3 in the lead, well clear of St Patrick's College from Ballarat, who normally row in 4s or quads, and the other Geelong College crew on lane 7 back in 3rd place. So down to the line, we're going to see the crew from Geelong College. Number 1 crew is a preliminary event. They will be having another row later on. They've scored by about 4 lengths over the crew from St Patrick's College. The local crew from Ballarat, another metre or 2 back to the Geelong College, second Geelong College crew, rowing in the Josh Dunkley Smith, who very well known senior rower amongst our Olympic champions.
The Victorian Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented young coxers and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab, and into the State Teams area. Coaches nominations are due on the 22nd of February. Athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early to enable selectors to monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria. Are you an under 18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Well, it has, I guess, one of the schools has had a rudder problem and they're well back at the rear of the field. In In the meantime, Loretto Turak on lane 6, nearest the judge. Coxed by Isabel Mellor. Sorry, Eloise Bull, and coxed by, stroked by Isabel Mellor and coached by Samuel Fennessy. Well out in front of the rest of the field in the Schoolgirl 8's Open Division 1 for the Emily Martin Cup. They'd have a couple of lengths lead. Over the MLC crew from, well, it's always listed as Q because interstate there are other Methodist Ladies College. So stroked by Meg Dumbrell from the well-known Dumbrell family, no doubt. Ella Wernett is the cox of the MLC crew. They're running second, about a length and a half behind the Loretto Turak crew. Then Loretto Ballarat would be back in third place on lane 4, ahead of Geelong College on lane 2. And the Haileybury crew of the one that's had all the problems with steering and maybe has lost their rudder or something, or they're well behind in last place, some 500 or 600 metres away. In the meantime, Loretto Turak sitting back and looking forward to coming down on the last stretch over the last couple of hundred metres. MLC have kept them honest all the way down the course. In second place, they're running probably about a length and a half behind. And quite a gap back to Loretto Ballarat, who normally row in 4s and quads. On lane 6, I saw them bring their boat out from Loretto, where their boat shed is at the end of the course here, across the road. And Loretto Turak coming down to the line on lane 6 in their blue boat, scoring a very comfortable victory in the end. A length and a half clear over MLCQ, and quite a gap back to the next crew, which will be Loretto Ballarat, followed by the Geelong College in 4th place, and Haileybury bringing up the rear on lane 5. Still have a long way to go. But a good win there in the first heat of the Schoolgirl 8's Open Division 1 for the Emily Martin Cup by Loretto Turak. Sam Fennessy, the coach there, and they look quite a nice, polished crew at this early stage of the season. And they, along with MLCQ and Loretto Ballarat, will go into the A final, the other two crews into the B final. Now, don't forget the catering is here at the Regatta today. Right opposite the finishing line is the Boost Juice van, for the world famous Boost Juice. Great variety of drinks available there and food from the Boost Juice van. They're right on the curb of the road, the boulevard that goes around Lake Wendouree. And alongside them is the Bean Me Up coffee machine. It's been very popular this morning. And Damascus College are running the main food area. And they've got egg and bacon rolls, sausages and bread with onion. A little later on they'll have hamburgers, salad rolls and assorted slices. In the meantime, they've got pieces of fruit, bags of lollies, Powerade sports drinks, soft drinks and water, all available from the Damascus marquee underneath the people in the marquee, I should say, underneath the big pine tree right opposite the finishing line. likes the smoothies they've got there today. And crushers, they've got the green range as well at the Boost Juice van. They certainly have a great range of quality products. Renowned these days worldwide. A wonderful franchise business. Six crews coming down in the second heat of the Open Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 8, sponsored by Emily Martin Cup. Melbourne Girls Grammar on lane 2 on the south side, Furbank Grammar on alongside them. From Brighton, lane 4 Caulfield Grammar, lane 5 Ballarat and Clarendon, lane 6 St Catherine's, and lane 7 nearest the judge, Shelford Girls Grammar. Crews are into the second 500 metres of race number 14, the second heat of the Schoolgirl 8s for the Emily Martin Cup. Apart from the Shelford Girls Grammar School, the other crews having a good race for the lead, with perhaps St Catherine's in the lead on lane 6, second from the judge. Second place would be Ballarat and Clarendon, and normally row in 4s or quads, but in an 8 here in this event. Very tight for third between Caulfield Grammar, Furbank and Melbourne Girls Grammar School. And then well back to Shelford Girls Grammar in 6th place. 6 crews in the second heat of the Open Schoolgirl 8s. Could the girls rowing in the Loretto crew and the Haileybury crew please move away from the end of the regatta?
Just move straight out and get out of the finish.
Please move as quickly as you can, Loretto and Haileybury. So it's still the crew second from this side. St Catherine's holding on to the lead here. Coached by John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle. Coxed by Scarlett Pringle and stroked by Jemima Wilcox. They're sitting at about 2 lengths in front of Ballarat Clarendon in second place. Jointly coached by, no coach listed. Coxed by Chloe Tippett and Lucy Richardson, the stroke. Then follows the Furbank crew in lane 3, followed by Melbourne Girls Grammar on lane 2. Then in 5th place, Caulfield Grammar, 6th place, Shelford Girls Grammar, who are being watched closely by the surf lifesaving boys down there near the 1,000 metre mark. But at St Catherine's on lane 6, they've always had a good 8. And once again this year, they've got a good 8 as the Loretto took out the first, Loretto Turak took out the first heat. And a couple of lengths advantage over Ballarat Clarendon back in second place, just ahead of Furbank on lane 3. Not much between those two crews, and Melbourne Girls Grammar on lane 2. Only about half a length covering those 3 crews for second, third and fourth. First 3 only going through to the A final. This event being raced for the Emily Martin Cup. And St Catherine's looking quite good out in the lead here as they drive down to the line. And conventionally rigged boat, but stroked on the bow side. And the bow girl is in fact on stroke side. And St Catherine's come down to the line to take out the second heat of this School of Girl 8's Open Division 1 for the Emily Martin Cup, scoring by 2 1/4 lengths at the finish from Ballarat and Clarendon in second place. Going to be very, very tight for third. The crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School in third place, followed by Furbank in fourth position. Fifth position will be Caulfield, and sixth will be the crew from Shelford Girls Grammar, who still have a fair way to go. But well done to St Catherine's, Freya Cantwell, Zara Peel, Scarlett Shelton, Zoe Hall, Lucy Green, Chloe Nevins, Sienna Darcy, Jemima Wilcox, the stroke, and Cox by Scarlett Pringle, jointly coached by John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle. First three through to the A final. That'll be St Catherine's, Ballarat and Clarendon and Furbank, joining Loretto Toorak, MLCQ and Loretto Ballarat from the first heat in the A final later in the program, with the other crews in the B final. Thank you to Rachel. She's bought me a little bit of sustenance. In the meantime, we'd ask the eights to move out of the finishing bay as soon as you possibly can. Thank you. As we see the Shelford girls come through in sixth place in that previous heat. Now the five crews are away from the 2,000 metre start in race 15, the first of the two heats of the Schoolgirl 8 Open Division 2, sponsored by Roman Repairs. Thanks to Rob Manning. South Station, we've got Ballarat Grammar, Station 2, Loretto Toorak, Station 3, Loretto Toorak, Station 4, Lauriston, Station 5, Melbourne Girls Grammar, and Station 6, nearest the judge, Furbank Grammar. So these are the second eights from the schools competing in the heats of the Schoolgirl 8's Division 2, sponsored by Roman Repairs. Thank you to Rob Manning. And coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, looks like the Furbank girls and Loretto Turak battling it out for the lead in lanes 6 and 3 respectively. Followed back to the Melbourne Girls Grammar on lane 5. Then back to lane 4, Lauriston Girls, and bringing up the rears Ballarat Grammar, who normally row in 4s and quad sculls. So stepping up to row in the 8 today. Well into this third 500 metres, and Furbank and Loretto settling down to Loretto Turak settling down to fight it out. First heat of the Schoolgirl H Division 2, first 3 through to the A final, remaining crews to the B final. And Loretto Turak have taken a clear lead now over the early leaders. Furbank probably gone out to about 2 lengths at the 1500 metres. Back in third place on lane 5 is Melbourne Girls Grammar, probably 4 or 5 lengths away. Then back to Ballarat Grammar. I thought I saw Lauriston earlier on, but they don't appear to be there now on lane 4. But Loretto Turak has really cleared right away here. The crew's stroked by Maisie Richards and coxed by Lucy Marsh. They're out about 3 lengths now in front of Melbourne Girls Grammar. Lauriston are there, it's the Furbank crew that's not there, the bright yellow colours, so on lane 6, so they're missing. With a very convincing win coming here to Loretto Turak on lane 3 in the first of the 2 heats of the Schoolgirl H Division 2, sponsored by Roman Repairs, scoring by 2.5 lengths at the finish. Loretto Turak over Melbourne Girls Grammar School in second place, and a further 7 lengths away to the crew from Lauriston in third place, followed by Ballarat Grammar in 4th position. So coming up to 10 o'clock, you may be feeling a little hungry or thirsty for morning tea. Don't forget the Boost Juice van is over there, and I'm just having a mango Boost Juice at the moment. Mango crush, absolutely beautiful. And they've got a great range of flavours there, and very healthy food the Boost Juice people put on. Coffee machine's been very, very busy with morning coffees. And don't forget the big marquee, Damascus has quite a range of food and drinks and fruit, lollies, drinks available. And their sausage in bread at $3, very good value with onion and tomato sauce. So they're right underneath the big pine tree. We thank them for doing the catering today, Damascus College. Don't forget to check out the marquee over there for the University College, which is a residential college at Melbourne University. Rachel was kind enough to bring the brochure over, and great details available there, and you could check it out, particularly those of you who are considering a university degree in the future. A great opportunity to have a chance to talk to the people at the University College who have a marquee on the South Station. Next event's well underway, the second heat of the Schoolgirl 8's Division 2, sponsored by Rob Manning's company, Roman Repairs. 3 crews coming down with 1 to be eliminated, with St Catherine's in the lead on lane 6. Through the 1,000 metre mark from MLC on lane 4, followed by Wesley College on lane 5. And then back at the rear of the field is Geelong College on the South Station on lane 3. Certainly we've been lucky with the conditions abating from the fairly strong winds early on. Still quite a breeze coming up from the southwest, but blowing almost directly down the course here on the 2,000 metre course where all races are today. Second day, the club events over 1,000 metres, but today's all over 2,000 and being live streamed through the Rowing Manager website, Rowing Victoria's Rowing Manager. You can pick up the pictures of the regatta today and tomorrow. And the sun trying to poke through the shower, through the clouds, gives us another dimension on the course at the moment. The crew from St Catherine's: Phoebe Hayne, Catherine Suter, Georgia Ria Werner, Sienna Rigg, Amelia Snell Bliss, and Rosie Oxley, with stroke Olivia Howard and Cox by Millie McIntosh. St Catherine's out about, I'd say 2.5 lengths and clear over MLCQ. Stroked by Emily Davies and Cox by Kate Roscombe. And they're well clear of the third crew, which is Geelong College on lane 3. And the crew from Wesley College on lane 4 having their own battle for 3rd and 4th position, with the first 3 through to the A final to join Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Lauriston from the first heat. But it's going to be St Catherine's, stroked by Olivia Howard, coming down to the line in the yellow boat on lane 6 to take out the second heat of the Schoolgirl 8's Division 2. As they go across the line, 2 1/4 lengths clear over the crew from MLC on lane 4 in second place. Then well back to Wesley College, holding down third position, just ahead of the Geelong College. And just a little bit of a breeze getting up there again now. But at least the rain is gone for the moment. Wesley coming through in third place will go into the A final. In the Schoolgirl Age Division 2. Race number 16 now complete. Once Geelong College go across the line. Schoolboy H Division 3 has been cancelled. So the next race is race number 18. And we're about 30 minutes behind time. But we may catch up with the breaks that are listed later. Now in race 18, Lauriston are scratching on lane 5. In the Schoolgirl Age Division 3 preliminary, which is now underway. Melbourne Girls Grammar on the South Station on lane 2, MLC on 3, Geelong College on 4, and on 6, Loretto Turak, and lane 7, Furbank. So this is a preliminary. There will be another who's the lightweight sculler in the event, Oscar Tyrrell, coached by David Chips Colvin and Alistair Matthews. Then the bank sculler will be in 6th place. So that's our first final today. So Hamish Nickel in the under 21 and Oscar Tyrrell in the lightweight single scull. You can collect your trophies on the Isthmus, the South Isthmus, on the way back to putting your boat away. And don't forget, if you're hungry or thirsty, you're well catered for here at the Regatta on the South Station underneath the big tree. Damascus College is running the food stall where there's hamburgers and egg and bacon rolls and sausages in the bread, very reasonably priced at $3 with onion if you wish. And soft drinks available from the stall there and water. The coffee people have been very busy in the Bean Me Up van to keep yourselves warm in these cool conditions. And also the world famous Boost juice. We can thoroughly recommend an absolutely beautiful mango crush I had a little while ago. So support these facilities. They've been put on for you if you are here at the Regatta today and to help your enjoyment. The next event is the under 21 women's and lightweight women's single scull. 2 events in one. 4 of the scullers in this event meant to be lightweight scullers and the other 3 under 21. Fintona is scratching on lane 1. So leaving, I think, about 6 scullers, maybe more. And the Mercantile sculler is out in front. Chloe Robinson, coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton at Mercantile in the under 21 single scull, right on lane 4. Second place would be lane 3, Abigail Cox, also from Mercantile. So coming down to the line in the under 21 single scull. For the women, it's going to be Chloe Robinson of Mercantile across the line first, about 6 lengths clear over her club mate in Abigail Cox on the Yarra Yarra sculler Ruby Gray coming down together, locked together, in fact, in second place. And I think Ruby Gray will get up for second. The Mercantile Sculler stopped rowing before the line on lane 3. Fourth place, Karaya Bay, Lauren Murphy. Fifth, Mercantile on lane 5. Demetria Kiranasopoulos. And Kelly Egan. guys. There's the Mercantile on lane 1, Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot. You can collect your trophy over on the isthmus as you go back towards putting your boats away. As the sun comes through, hopefully warming things up a little bit. Next event, the Women's Club Pair, sponsored by Alicia Ivory, number 23. An all mercantile affair, 4 crews scheduled to start and all from Mercantile. Orno and Victoria Trenton, all coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton, the 4 crews from Mercantile in this club pair, sponsored by Alicia Ivory. And Remy Mackay, coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton, as they drive down to the line and keeping their work rate right up at the finish. We take out the club pair today here, sponsored by Alicia Ivory. Down to the line, scoring a convincing win at the end on lane 4. All Mercantile crews in this event. Jess Hawker and Remy Mackay taking the event out by about 100 metres at the finish. Second place without a bow number is Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison in second place. Third position will be lane 5, which will be Zara Borngorno and Victoria Trenton. And fourth will be the other Mercantile crew, Olivia Nairn and Bridget Somerville in fourth place. Now the winners there, Jess Hawker and Remy Mackay. You can collect your trophy on the Southern Isthmus on your way back to disembarking your boat. And well done with your impressive win. Just some of the younger people, if you're thinking of going to a university and looking for accommodation at Melbourne University, the University College, who has positions available at from the heats earlier on today. So we've got some of those heats now turning into finals. We've got Melbourne, Bia Kleinman Millicum, Gippsland Grammar, Scarlett Tavarsky, Mercantile Louise Carr, Richmond Kate Dyball, the other two heat winners, Ballarat City Eben Walder, and Coria Bay Sydney Arnold. And Louise Carr from Mercantile is out comfortably in the lead, coached by Annabelle Eaton on lane 4. She looked impressive earlier in the morning program in the heat. Bit of a squall sweeping up the course at the moment, but she's handling it extremely well, and she's well out in front of the rest of the field in the final of the club single scull. Sydney Arnold on lane 7 nearest the judge. Then back to Ballarat City, Eben Walder. Oh, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. And also but what a convincing win coming up here to Louise Carr of the Mercantile Rowing Club on lane 4. She looked impressive in the heat earlier on and going beautifully into these head breeze conditions. Nice long strokes in the water. And she's out about 120 metres in front of the next sculler. Dyball, the other heat winner from this morning. But well done, Louise. She's coming down to the finishing line to score a convincing victory from Mercantile. Crossed the line first, scoring by 120 metres from Kate Dyball of Richmond in second place. And then quite a distance again back to the Melbourne sculler Bea Eben Waldner from Ballarat City. Whew, gee. So congratulations to our winner there in the women's single scull final, race number 24 on today's first day of the two-day JB King Wendouree Ballarat Regatta. Louise Carr, a great winner there. Now we turn our attention to the men's single scull club single scull, sponsored by Goldfields Health Collective. Thank you. Jackson Morris from Mercantile on lane 4. Coming down in the lead here from Stephen O'Sullivan from Mercantile on lane 6. And across to the bank sculler on the south station, Lucas Turner. Sorry, I should say Andrew Goldstein, I think, maybe. Turner from Banks, I can't see at the moment. Banks colours right over here on the north station. But down to the line, it's going to be lane 4. Mercantile, Jackson Morris, taking out the men's club single scull, sponsored by Goldfields Health Collective. Second will be Stephen O'Sullivan from Mercantile on lane 6. Followed by the bank sculler Lucas Turner, taking out 3rd place. 4th place will be lane 7, Mercantile Harry Cathcart. 5th will be lane 1, finishing on lane 8, Andrew Goldstein from Banks. 6th will be Wendouree Ballarat, Andrew Lahine. Good on you, Andrew. And then back to the other sculler, Gippsland Grammar, Curtis Wilmot, bringing up the rear in 7th place. But congratulations to our winner of the club single scull, sponsored by Goldfields Health Collective, and that's Jackson Morris from Mercantile Rowing Club. Next event is the B final of that event, the Schoolboy Single Scull Division 1. Sorry. Not of that event, it's the B final of the boys single scull. The starters here will be lane 2, Luca McCurry on Albert Park College. Lane 3, Trinity Vanch Badwar. Lane 4, Trinity Sam Burnett. Lane 5, Ballarat Grammar Oliver Harris. Lane 6, Trinity Matthew Rigby. And lane 7, push the clouds away here at Lake Wendouree, making it a little bit, feeling a little bit warmer, even if it's not much warmer. And let's hope that all goes well for this afternoon and also tomorrow, where the forecast is for improved conditions. The A finals next, race number 27. Starters here at James Solomon on lane 1 from Trinity. Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson. Lane 3, Hawthorn, Adam Chang. Lane 4, Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge. Coached by Minnie Cade. Lane 5, Ballarat Grammar, Lachlan or Lockie Heath. Lane 6, Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage. Lane 7, Ballarat Grammar, Jenny Paul. And lane 8, nearest the judge, Reese Day, coming through the 1,000 metre mark in the schoolboy single scull Division 1. And very bright conditions down there with the sun poking through the clouds, providing a great shimmer on the water at the present time. Two Ballarat Grammar boys battling it out here, Lockie Heath and Charlie Savage. I should say Jaunty Fall on lane 7. Jaunty Fall on lane 7 and the Sculler on lane 5 from Ballarat Grammar, Lockie Heath, coming down to the line, locked together. What a beauty of a finish, and I'd say lane 5 first. Lockie Heath just narrowly from lane 7. Jaunty Fall by a metre at the finish. And quite a distance back to the third place getter, which will be Reese Davey of Essendon Rowing Club in second place. And across on the far side, Wendouree Ballarat in Joachim Henderson. Fifth place will be the sculler from Ballarat Grammar on lane 6, Charlie Savage. 6, the Hawthorn Sculler. Still to come through is Albert Park, which is Albert Park College. In place. Still with a lane 1 started. James Salomone. To Lockie Heath, I gave it to him, winning by about a metre at the finish from his clubmate Johnny Paul. Trophies presented at the end of the Isthmus. And I think I can see the Trinity Sculler James Salomone now coming down on lane 1, even though the umpire's given the all clear. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him, but he's still coming down the course in 8th place. But well done to him. Scoring very, very schoolmate in Jonty Fall. Both coached by Paul Commons. Now, race 28's been cancelled, so race 29's the next event, just the C final of the, well, I'm not sure whether it's, I had only 2 starters, but there's 3 coming down. So this is the C final of the schoolgirl singles cull. Division 1, race number 29. With the following vehicle, please move. B for Birdie, D for David, A for Apple, 734. BDA 734. The owner of that vehicle would appreciate you moving the car. It's parked illegally. That could be an 8DA 734 or a BDA 734. The photograph I've got is a little bit indistinguishable. It could be an 8, it could be a B. But the owner of that vehicle, it's parked illegally. If you'd like to move it, please, we'd appreciate it. Otherwise it may be towed away. Well, sculler number C6 is coming down to the line. It's not listed in my program, but anyway, well done to her. She's got a bit of a crab there, and but she had such a commanding look at two scullers that it didn't really matter. But well done. C grade single scull, Division 1. Second place getter is Chloe Solaski of Lauriston. I think, maybe not. She's in second place. And in third place from the Nestles Rowing Club in Southwest Victoria, Emma Van Duenhoven. C-grade single scull. Event to come down as the B final of the schoolgirl single scull. Race number 30. Lane Lauriston girls represented by Charlotte Bond. Sacred Heart from Beatrice. Lane 5, Gippsland Grammar. Anastasia Buhaja. Lane 6, Shelford Girls Thompson, and Loretto Turak, Annabelle Bamford. That race is in the third 500 metres. And Lane 2 looks to be in the lead, Charlotte Bond, over on the South Station, ahead of second from this side, Shelford Girls Grammar, Octavia Thompson. Lane 2. Charlotte Bond still in the lead here in the B final of for the schoolgirls. She's on lane 2. Sacred Heart Geelong Beatrice Hearn on lane 4. Second place. Followed by lane 6, Shelford Girls Grammar, Octavia Thompson. But down to the line comes Lauriston Girls to take out the B final of the schoolgirl single scull Division 1. Charlotte Bond, coached by Jack Steele, scoring by 4 lengths at the finish from lane 4 in second place, which is Sacred Heart Geelong, Beatrice Hearn. 2.5 lengths further back to lane 6, which is Shelford Girls Grammar, Octavia Thompson. Fourth will be lane 5, Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bahasha. Fifth will be lane 7. Ooh. Annabelle Bamford from Loretto Toorak. And I'm not sure whether the other sculler is still coming or umpires giving the all clear with the white flag. So that was the B final of the schoolgirl single scull. We now turn our attention to the A final, which is on the course. The event number 31, Yarra Yarra Sophie Miller on the lane 2, Gippsland Grammar Ella Gerrand on lane 3, Finchina Madeline Spano on lane 4, lane 5 Yarra Yarra Zara Kafori, lane 6 Nagambi Lily Rose Hall Kraus, and Eloise Thompson of Lauriston on lane 7. The Yarra Yarra sculler getting a good look back at the rest of the field here. Zara Kafori. She's comfortably out in front over the second Yarra Yarra sculler, Sophie Miller, out there on lane 2 on the south side. Then lane So Yarra Yarra running 1-2 at the moment here, with Zara Kafori comfortably out in front on lane 5. As she drives down to the line, getting good long strokes in the water, getting plenty of clearance between strokes as she comes down. Zara Kafori to take out the schoolgirl single scull Open Division 1. By 8 lengths at the finish from Sophie Miller of Yarra Yarra in second place. Lane 3 will be third, Gippsland Grammar Ella Durand. Then a long way back to the fourth sculler, which is Lauriston Girls Eloise Thompson on lane rechargeable batteries?
They are. Yeah, I've got a heap of them down there. All good. Thank you.
So a very comfortable victory there to St Pat's on lane 4. The winners of the under-21 Cox 4, sponsored by Smick Car Wash. Ned Bennett, Paddy O'Brien, James Elshall, William Coxon. About 4 lengths the margin. Under-21 Women's Cox 4 is underway. As I mentioned, sponsored by Balsam Cosmetic Specialists. Lane 2, Ballarat Grammar. Lane 3, Caulfield Grammar. Lane 4, Mercantile. Lane 5, Ballarat High. Lane 6, Toorak College. And Lane 7, Furbank. So 1 club crew and 5 school crews in this event.
Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented young coxers and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab, and into the state teams area. Coaches nominations are due on the 22nd of February. Athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early to enable selectors to monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Combination here through the 1500. And coached by Andy Tyndale. They're at a length or so in front of the Mercantile crew, coached by Annabelle Eaton and Sam Fennessy. Felicity Murray, Eddie Benson, Sophie Williams and Emma Gbert. Isabel Finch is the cox. About a length and a half down on the Ballarat Grammar crew, about 3 lengths ahead of Toorak College on lane 6, followed by Caulfield Grammar on lane 3, then back to Furbank on lane 7, and bringing up the rear is Ballarat High School on lane 5. This is the under 21 Cox 4 for women, sponsored by Belsit Lane Cosmetic Specialists. And Ballarat Grammar doing it well out in breaking from the field here, with Mercantile about 3 lengths back in second place, and it followed 4 lengths further back to Toorak College. Then Furbank and Caulfield Grammar having a keen battle for 4th and 5th position. Coming with the sun shining on them now, coming down for quite a comfortable victory at the finish by about 3.5 lengths from Mercantile in second place. Another 3.5 lengths further back to Toorak and Furbank 2.5 lengths behind them in 4th place, followed by Caulfield Grammar, and Ballarat High School will be in 6th place. So congratulations to the winning, as we still Flamstead, Lily Bryant, Perry Eaton and Angus Gowdy, the cox, coached by Andy Tyndale. Well done, Ballarat. Collect your trophies down at the Southern Isthmus as you go past. Now, it's a combined Schoolboy H Division 1, 3. Now we've got Geelong College, who've got on St Patrick's College. So out of all the entries we had for the Division 1, 2 and 3, we finish up with 3 crews. 2 from one school, Geelong College, and the other from St Pat's. So the Geelong College crew on lane 3, that's their number 1 crew, stroked by Ted O'Malley, out in the lead by about 2.5 lengths. Very tight for second between St Pat's College on lane 4 and the crew from Geelong College on lane 5. Driving down to the line, finishing full of running, is the Geelong College first 8. Coxed by Sophie Richardson, stroked by Ted O'Malley behind Ted. Lachlan Mitchell, Johnny Pring, Sam Thompson, and a lot of Thompsons today, Alexander Williams and various crews. Robbie Solly and Joshua Hunter with Joe Osborne in the bow seat. They score by about 4 lengths from the Geelong College crew on lane 5, which is their seconds 8. And St Patrick's College, who normally row in 4s but racing in an 8 today, finishing in 3rd place, 3/4 of a length away. So that is the schoolboy 8s. I'm not sure whether, because there's only 3 crews started and they're all 1, 2 and 3s, that I'm not sure about the trophies there, so I stand to be corrected what happens. So that was into that break. We move now to the Schoolgirl 8s Division B final, sponsored by, well, it's not sponsored, it's for the Emily Martin Cup for the second of the races to come down now. So we've caught up a little bit of time, but in the B final by Schoolgirl 8s Division 1.
Are you an under 18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
With Optus, you can power the potential of Australians in need. Simply donate your data on My Optus app. It starts with yes.
Reminds me, next week is the Victorian Schoolboy 8s Championship here at Ballarat, conducted by Rowing Victoria. in third place, followed by Shelford Girls and Haileybury at the rear. But that was the B final of the Open 8s Division 1. The A final is underway. Melbourne Girls Grammar on the South Station, MLT on 3, St Catherine's 4, Loretto Toorak on 5, Ballarat Clarendon on 6, and Loretto Ballarat on 7. Still those two crews coming in from the previous event. Shelford on lane 2 and Haileybury on lane. Fine as soon as you can, girls. The girls are racing for the Emily Martin Cup in the Schoolgirl 8s Open Division 1, coming into the second 500 metres. I think St Catherine's may be slightly in front. All right. Oh, you're here. You've made it.
St Catherine's won Emily last year.
Sorry?
St Catherine's won Emily last year.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good.
But not the same crew, so.
Oh, isn't it? I thought it would have been pretty close.
No. It's a new crew. How you going, young fella?
Good.
Yeah, did you ride your bikes over?
Yeah.
That's good.
I was a bit wild and woolly.
You still see the cusps?
Yeah, we saw them last night.
Did you?
Yeah, I said that you were.
Oh, they knew I was coming up.
Yeah.
Told.
Millie's got a
Millie's
first
coxing
race
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's great excitement in the camp.
Oh gosh, yes. Sorry, I was hoping you'd be okay.
What?
I was hoping you'd be okay. Not getting here until now.
So what sort of commitments you got today?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing.
I can fit in around you.
Sitting around here.
No, I can fit in whenever you want.
Okay. I'll try to talk as much as I can, but not all the time. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
Because the live streaming is going on, and the second button here is now the live streaming. The second mic.
Yeah, I think that's always on, Roger. Excuse me for a minute.
It's always on, yeah. So looking down the course now with less than 500 metres to go, is the leading crew would be Loretto Toorak from St Catherine's. There's Penny Johnson, who will be doing some commentating today. Reminds me, St Catherine's School won the Royal Henley Regatta last year and claimed to be the world champions in schoolgirl rowing, and which is a wonderful effort. And no doubt this year's crew is going to try and emulate that, and they're really throwing down the gauntlet now. The Loretto Toorak and the two crews are going stroke for stroke. And St Catherine's have forward to the lead here. The crew again this year coached by John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle. Only about a third of a length in front of Loretto, I think, had them covered in the early stages. St Catherine's are starting to really drive home now behind their stroke. Jemima Wilcox, Scarlett Pringle is the cox, and behind Jemima is Sienna Darcy, Chloe Neville, Lucy Green, Zoe Hall, Scarlett Shedburn, Zara Peel and Freya Cantwell. And it's going to be a fine wind as St Catherine's coming away at the concluding stages, stroked on the bow side, coming down to the line to take it out by 1 length exactly over Loretto Turak in second place. He put up a very good show against St Catherine's. Half a length further back to MLC. Certainly some classy rowing amongst our girls. Fourth is Melbourne Girls Grammar. Fifth is Wendouree Ballarat. And sixth will be Loretto Ballarat. So well done to St Catherine's. You've taken out the Emily Martin Cup for the Schoolgirl 8's Open Division 1, and you can collect your trophies over there at the Southern Isthmus after you've turned your boat around. And congratulations to the school and good luck for the school this year if you do go to Henley again to defend the title. Great to see Loretto Ballarat competing in an 8. They normally race in the 4s, but they walk the 8 across, as I saw this morning, from their boat shed, which is near the end of the course. Now the next event's been decimated, the Open 8's Division 2 for the schoolboys. That's out. The next event is race number 40. So just 2 crews coming down in the School Girl 8's Open Division 2, with the Division 2 being sponsored by Roman Repairs. And great to have Rob Manning on track to be a sponsor today for the Schoolgirl 8's Division 2. Coming through the 1500 metres, it's crew from Ballarat Grammar in the lead over Geelong College. Ballarat Grammar, as I've quite often mentioned, the Ballarat school's only normally racing in 4s and quads, but racing at this regatta also in the 8s and having a lot of fun, no doubt. Ballarat Grammar have got the lead here in the B final, the Schoolgirl 8's Division 2. So do you want to take over after this? I'll just call these 2 crews up, there's nothing much up. And then we go into 41. So 11:20 will take us through till the luncheon break, which is at 12 o'clock. Okay. Meantime, you can have a sandwich. Ballarat Grammar doing it nicely out in front here in the Schoolgirl 8's Division 2 B final. Cox by Domi Op de Cool. Good one. And stroked by Daisy Walsh. Really showing a clean set of blades to the Geelong College crew back in second place. But this is the B final. The A final straight away to follow is almost underway, and my co-commentator will be taking over for that event and the subsequent events to the lunch and a break around about 12 o'clock. Fairly long morning up till now, leaving home at 4:45 or whatever it was. Geelong College showing not much fight against this crew from Ballarat Grammar, who score a convincing win. I'd say about 2.5 lengths at the finish. As we see, the next race is underway, and we ripped something out in front of me a minute ago, so she can talk about that if she wishes. And it's my great pleasure to welcome to the microphone, well known on ABC radio and podcasts, And a rower herself, which I'm not sure whether she's racing tomorrow or not. She can tell us whether she is. In Penny Johnson. Welcome, Penny. And you take us through till the luncheon break today. Just got to turn that off.
Thank you so much, Roger. Roger Wilson pulling the hard yards for the early start this morning. We're on Lake Wendouree in Ballarat. If you're watching through the live stream, I hope you're really enjoying watching the races come down. We're in the Female Schoolgirl 8 Open Division 2, which has Wesley College, MLCQ, St Catherine's in Victoria, Loreto Toorak, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Lauriston Girls Grammar competing here. And as we come to the last stages of the race here, we're watching a reasonably tight bunch, but I think we're starting to see a crew pulling ahead. It might be the Loreto Toorak girls coming through with a little bit of a lead, but on the far side, I think maybe the MLCQ girls are pulling ahead. You might have a slightly better view than me if you're watching on the live stream. Of course, it takes a little bit of getting used to the angles again to sort of really pick who might be pulling ahead. I think I might actually even call that for MLCQ being a little bit ahead as the crews are powering through to the 500 metre mark. Maybe the Loreto crew, which has Neve Thomas-Leach, Molly Conquest, Droe Curry, Olivia Hope, Isabella Morello, Olivia Carroll, Bianca Court, Maisie Richards and Cox by Lucy March. They do look like they're holding on with a pretty significant lead. At this point, to me, it looks like it might be even a length above the other crews. Powering through, Loreto Toorak is, the Melbourne Girls Grammar is also giving them a run for their money as they're sort of pushing a little bit closer to the Loreto crew. MLC perhaps dropped back a little, and we are watching the Wesley crew well back, unfortunately. And the Loreto Toorak crew looks like they're going to win the Female School 8 Open Division 2 quite easily. The second place looks like it's going to be claimed by the Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who are pushing through, just picking up a little bit of speed as they cross the finish line. Third place, very tightly contested by MLC and St Catherine's. St Catherine's looks like they're just going to pull ahead of the MLC crew, who are sliding into fourth place. And we're watching the final crews just cruise to the finish line. And the Female School 8 Open Division 2 is sponsored by Roman Repairs. And thank them very much for sponsoring this race. The next race that will be coming down the course at Lake Wendouree will be race 43, the Female School 8 Open Division 3 cruise. This will be a first and final race. The Male School 8 Open Division 3 has been cancelled. the crews competing, you will see Geelong College at the side closest to the spectators. That consists of Laura Connolly, Maddie Colvert, Tasha Walters, Lulu Josky, Tilly Taylor, Tessa Barn, Phoebe Rayburn, Ruby Seinfeld, and Cox by Pippi Norris. Loretto Turak in lane 3 has Holly Thompson, Ruby Simpendorfer, Maggie Ralph, Alice Dunn, Sophie Lacey, Ruby Hines, Ruby Thompson, Hannah Beinart, Millie Rolliston is coxing that crew. In lane 4, MLCQ has Alexandra McAvoy, Olivia Peck, Hannah Falvey, Isabel Laurie, Pearl Zymer, Paige Robard Bean, Rihanna O'Neans, Jenna Cross and Jessica Duke is their cox. Matilda Nichols, Molly Harridge, Sophie Peltagu, Emily Mitchell, Alea Evans, Miller Herndon, Matilda Chard and Jacqueline Nolan with Samantha Wilcox coxing. And in lane 6, Melbourne Girls Grammar has Samantha has Lillian Wolfe, Arabella Beeston, Bella Pitt, Belle Duncan, Catherine Pratton, Zoe Paul, Tess Fawkes, Cara Duffy with Zoe Small in the cox seat. And I would say that it looks like Furbank Grammar might have the lead as the crews have passed the 1,000 metre mark, coming into the 500 metre mark. This is part of the race where you really want to be leading if you possibly can. And perhaps the Loretto Turak girls are in second place with maybe MLC Q coming in there as well. Just a little bit difficult for me to see the colours of the crews to confirm that. Actually, I think it might be the Melbourne Girls Grammar crew in the lead, with the Furbank in third place, the MLCQ crew in second place, and Loretto Turak coming quite a way behind there as well. Lots of keen parents cheering their girls on in this race. It looks like it is going to be a battle between the Melbourne Girls School, or Girls Grammar School, and the MLC girls here, although Melbourne Grammar seems to have a pretty convincing lead. They step up their rating just a little bit. Conditions looking really good at the moment for racing on Lake Wendouree. And yeah, it does look like the Melbourne Girls Grammar girls are going to take this female school 8's Open Division 3 final. Well, MLC really trying to increase the rating here to narrow that margin, but I think they've run out of time, run out of rowing course. It's going to be an easy win now. A couple of lengths for the crew in lane 6, the Melbourne Girls Grammar School, going to cross the line easily as the winners of the Female School 8 Open Division 3. Coming across the line next in lane 4 is the MLC Q crew. You don't want to say that too many times quickly. And in third place in lane 5, the Furbank Grammar Girls. So we welcome you to Lake Wendouree, which is the traditional home, the traditional owners, the Wathaurong people, and we pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and thank them for the use of this beautiful lake, which can be sometimes quite unruly here in Ballarat. Overcast conditions, but the water is looking pretty good for rowing, especially with the bigger boats at the moment. And although it is overcast, I think the temperature is kind of okay for rowing at the moment. not too hot, not too cold. We are at the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta for 2023 and we have a sponsor. The regatta sponsor is JG King's Homes and they have 10 offices in Melbourne and regional Victoria. They're trusted by families for contemporary home designs and safe, strong, quality new homes. And part of that safety is, of course, because they are building using exclusively Australian-made true core steel. So we really thank our sponsors. One of the things about this regatta is that there are lots of individuals that have chipped in to sponsor their own race, which is fantastic. Maybe it's a division that is close to them. Maybe they've got a kid racing at the regatta, or it's something they might like to win. However it came about, we just want to thank our sponsors who've done an amazing job, and the race organisers too, the Rowing Ballarat committee that come out every regatta to make all of this possible. It seems seems to many people that it just runs so smoothly, but that's because there are so many volunteers that know their way around this course, and they do everything from driving the tinnies to handing out the bow numbers. And we really appreciate everybody that has pitched in to make this regatta possible. And after a few years without any regattas, we can say that we are very, very grateful for being back on the water. So the crews, if you're watching, coming down the course at the moment, they've just passed the 1,000-metre mark. They're about to pop out of the reeds, so they might get a little bit pushed to one side by the wind. This should be the female School 8 Open Division 4 final. So the crew that crosses the finish line straight away is the winner. They don't have to compete in another heat. So although I can only see 3 crews on the water, there might have been a scratching. We should have Melbourne Girls Grammar School, MLCQ, a second crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar, which might be the missing crew, and Loreto Chirac that are battling it out. The female School 8 Open Division 4 final. If you're watching from the course, you might be able to see from a distance some little white splashes as oars hit slightly rough conditions. Can't say that it's too bad for rowing, especially in an 8, but having the wind come from the side is going to make life a little bit more difficult for the coxers as well, trying to steer straight. Crews are just about to get to the 500-metre mark. And I'd say just by what I can see through the binoculars, you'll have a better view if you're watching online. I think the MLC crew looks like it has a distinctive lead here. It should be a pretty easy win for them. The Melbourne Girls Grammar crew in their distinctive dark navy zooties coming along in second place, and I believe it is the Loreto. No, actually I think Loreto must be the scratching, because the crew in third place does have the distinctive Melbourne Girls Grammar dark blue zooties. This is the Division 4 race, so perhaps not looking at exactly the precision of the Division 1 or Division 2 girls, but it's awesome that schools can put together 8s for so many categories. It just shows such a commitment to their rowing program, And let's face it, a medal is a medal, whether it's Division 4 or Division 2. It looks like Melbourne, the MLC girls are going to have the privilege of wearing this medal around their necks. The MLC girls have Charlotte Kaur, Stephanie Tazewski, Jessica Anderson, Georgia Duke, Lily Zymer, Alexandra Tressida, Alexandra Sterrett, Maddie Smith and Hannah Kirkpatrick in the Cox seat. The Melbourne girls grammar crew that look like they're going to take the silver medal in lane 5. Isabella Hunt, Honey Anderson, Finia Hanson, Sarah Meredith Smith, Sienna Davey, Sienna Richards, Chloe McRae, Carla Mitchell, Lucy Marchison is their Cox. And coming up in lane 3 in third place from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Sophia Brew-Ferrer, Ginger Elkins-Priest, Eva Racco, Corinne Hay, Mimi Kazika, Kate Lambourne, Emma Munro, Lillian Johnson and Kitty McKinnon is the Cox. Congratulations, girls. Just 2 contestants for the next race that is coming down the course here at Lake Wendouree. The female Club 8, we have only 2 competitors, Melbourne Rowing Club and Mercantile Rowing Club. So this will be quite a hard fought race, I would have thought, but I think Mercantile has a significant lead here. Mercantile has Olivia Evans, Henrietta Patterson, Eliza Planensick, Xanthi Hadfield, Amy Baker, Sophie Coltman, Hannah Magensick, Louise Carr, and coxed by Jess Rawal. Coaches Annabelle Eaton and Samuel Fennessy. And Melbourne Rowing Club has Adele Ewing, Hilary Newstead, Michelle Joy, Jess Hergott, Lucy Walsack, Samantha Beveridge, Chelsea Krausier with Zoe Ryan in bow seat, and Lisa Strain is the coxswain. You might be able to hear a lot of creaking and banging in the background if you're listening on the live feed. Door hinges or fly screen doors that need a little bit of oiling here. We're watching the female Club 8 crews come down the course, and I'm not entirely sure what's happened to the Melbourne crew. I'm going to predict that maybe there was something that did not go right for their equipment. The Mercantile crew just so far in advance here, just making lightweight of the course here. Their convincing win is going to be measured in quite a few hundred metres, I think. So it was a convincing win from the crew in lane 4, the Mercantile crew. looking very stylish in the red and white, and taking out the Club 8, Women's Club 8, in very convincing style. And the Melbourne Rowing Club, with their distinctive bright blue oars, going to finish second in this race. As well as JG King Homes, we have to thank the Perfect Balance team with Al Ishwood and KJ, who are here today. If your boat runs into any trouble, they'll be there to help it out, or if you decide now is the time for a brand new boat, they are the ones to talk to. Gold sponsors for the Wendouree Ballarat JG King Homes Regatta for 2023. And also our great Ballarat sponsors who've come to help out as well. Hames Paints, who, of course, a great Ballarat company. Delta Floor World. Optus, who have helped us out with the screen. And Veolia, the environmental management crew. Bronze sponsors are Selkirk Bricks. And we've got Rob Manning from Rob Mann Boat Repairs, and Eclectic Tastes, Jane Miller, who I think has got a few rowers coming through her family as well. Eclectic Tastes, an amazing spot to go get a coffee if you fancy a little drive towards the start of the regatta course. You'll find Eclectic Tastes. Now, if you're just watching a 8 row down the course, I think this might be Loretto Turak from the previous race from the Female School 8 Open Division 4. So there might have been just a mix up at the start. But the girls rowing beautifully across the finish line, even though there was another race in between. Well done, girls. Okay, and another Loretto Turak 8 coming down the course. Not entirely sure what's going on there. We should be watching the Men's Club Double Scull come down the course. This race doesn't have an individual sponsor. It is, I think, a first and final. There's 7 crews in this race. They've just popped past the 1,000-metre mark. And we have in lane 1, Banks, George Durham, Andrew Goldstein. Lane 2 for Banks, Heinrich Venska and Kane Bullock. In lane 3 from Gippsland Grammar, Samuel Reynolds and Lagan Joshi. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Oscar Terrell, Hamish Nicol with coaches David Colvin and Alistair Matthews. Hometown crew in lane 5, Ballarat City, Riley McDougall and William Gilbert. In lane 6 from Banks, Lockie Rose and Oscar Kingham with coach again, Brendan Scott. And in lane 7 from Gippsland Grammar, Jada Firth and Stuart Ray. So well done, Loretto Turak, rowing their own race here. I'm not sure where they're from or why they're coming down the course, but nicely rowed, girls. Just turning our attention now to the Men's Club Double Sculls. And it looks like the Ballarat City crew might be using their hometown advantage to take a lead in this race as we get to the all-important final 250 metres. The Banks crew closest to the spectators might have a slight advantage. The 2 Banks crews Ballarat City. They've got another Banks crew trying to chase them down. It might be Banks and Ballarat City. I think on the far side, the Banks crew of George Durham and Andrew Goldstein might have the advantage here as they come into the more sheltered water of the isthmus with just a few metres to go to the finish line. If the Ballarat City crew can increase their rating, they certainly are trying to take it up, still in third place at the moment, being challenged on either side by Banks, but it does look like George Durham and Andrew Goldstein crew across first. Can the Ballarat City might have just squeezed into second, and one of the Banks crews in third place. What a race, guys. Well done. And the Gippsland Grammar crew just finishing off the race, Samuel Reynolds and Lagan Joshi. Gippsland Grammar having an amazing rowing season last year. And in lane 7 and 7th place, the final crew, Jada Firth and Stuart Ray, just about to cross the finish line. Now, just as well these crews have finished, because we can see coming into the last 250 metres, the male under 21 double scull, and rowing in this race, Hugo Osmond and Nicholas Whiteoak from Trinity, William Ball and Charlie White, also from Trinity, Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis and Thomas Gilliam, and Ballarat City in lane 6 with Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie. It does look like the Ballarat double crew is well in front of the two Gippsland Grammar crews, and the one Gippsland Grammar crew. So it looks like Evan Lewis and Thomas Gilliam are going to take out this race, the male under 21 double scull. In second place from Trinity College in lane 4, the crew of William Ball and Charlie White will take second. That was a convincing win there by Ballarat City. And the second Trinity crew, Hugo Osmond and Nicholas Whiteoak coming in second in, William Ball and Charlie White coming in third. And in fourth place, the Gippsland Grammar crew of Evan Lewis and Thomas Gilliam. The next race coming through, they're getting a white flag from the umpires, so the results in there, that's a great win for Ballarat City. The club double and the female club double and the female under 21 double is combined in race 48, and we'll watch those crews come down the course. I think they've already started. We have 7 crews, I believe, in Corio Bay, in lane 1, in lane 2 Banks, in lane 3 Mercantile, lane 5 Richmond, lane 6 Ballarat City, in lane 7 7, Gippsland Grammar, lane 8, Mercantile. There's still just a little speck on the horizon for us as the female club double and the female under 21 double come down the course, probably at the first 500 metre mark at the moment. We're at the Wendouree Ballarat JG King Holmes Regatta for 2023. Waiting for the female club double and the female under 21 double to come down the course. I think there are 7 crews competing in this race. Weather conditions are, well, a bit like Wendouree-ish, 18 degrees, which is a great temperature for rowing. But the current wind is running at 24 kilometres an hour with gusts up to 28 kilometres, which is just enough to make it uncomfortable. The wind's just picked up a little bit, and these double sculls are going to notice that as they pop out from the reed beds, which are sort of reasonably sheltered. So hopefully the crews are experienced at rowing together, and that will certainly make a difference. Now, it could be the Mercantile crew, just looking at the situation on the lanes. So it could be the Mercantile crew of Anastasia Staris and Helen Sikathetis, coached by Samuel Fennessy, that might be in the lead here. The crews from Corio Bay, Sydney Arnold and Lauren Murphy for Banks, rowing in the club double, Gemma Grotiers and Kate Ryan. For Mercantile, as I said, Anastasia and Helen are rowing in the club double. From Richmond, Helen Pearce, Kate Dyball. For the under 21 crew, Tia Johns and Tia Broad are competing for Ballarat City. The under 21 from Gippsland Grammar, April Harrison and Tilly Fox. And for Mercantile, for the under 21 crew in lane 8, Sophie Bolmat and Edie Benson, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. So it does look like possibly the Corio Bay pair across in lane 1, and possibly the Mercantile crew in lane 4 that are currently leading for the club double. The Corio Bay crew does seem to have a very good lead across in lane 1. Just seem to be watching, actually it might be the Richmond crew who have an overall lead. Actually, it does look like a Richmond crew is taking the lead there. Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball for the club double race as they come past the 250 metre mark. Oh, some rain starting, just making it a little bit uncomfortable. So the Richmond crew, Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball, coming through for the club women's double. Look like they're really going to take it easily. A couple of lengths ahead of second place, the Corio Bay Scullers. The Banks crew is many lengths behind, just crossing the boys for the 250 metre mark. The Ballarat Grammar crew are using all their hometown advantage for the under 21 crews. They are going to smash through to take out the title for the under 21 double. The Gippsland Grammar crews, April Harrison and Tilly Fox are going to come in second, but just a few steering dramas have meant it's been a little bit tricky for them. Gippsland Grammar crews don't get too many opportunities to have a good run at 2,000 metres, so great experience for them here on Lake Wendouree. And the crew from Mercantile really bringing up the rear in the under 21 doubles. So 2 races in one. That was the race number 48, which was the female club double, which was won by the Richmond double, and the under 21 double won by Ballarat City. You're here at the Wendouree Ballarat JG King Homes Regatta for 2023 with gold sponsors JG King Homes and Perfect Balance Growing. Silver sponsors Hames Paints, Delta Floor World, Optus Screen and Veolia Environmental Management. Bronze sponsors another great Ballarat company, Selkirk Bricks, small business Rob Manning from Robman Boat Repairs and Jane Miller from Eclectic Tastes. The next race that we're looking at to come down the course here at Lake Wendouree, weather conditions just worsening a little bit, a bit of rain, a bit of gusty wind, which is not making rowing fantastic at the moment, but still within the parameters of safety here. We've got the male school double scull open division 1 preliminary. Ballarat Grammar, Trinity Grammar, Ballarat Grammar, Gippsland Grammar and Trinity will be making up the competitors. I haven't seen any sign of this particular race starting yet, so we might just leave you until we can see some action on the course.
consistent level of investment in the sport, regardless of the financial situation.
Absolutely. And we're so grateful to be back in those big club boats again. Now, how did you come about sponsoring the Ballarat Wendouree Regatta?
Well, Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club was become a great customer of ours. And what's great about the customers that we have is it's not just about selling the boat, and getting the boat delivered is the beginning of the relationship. And through that, what we did when we set up the business is we wanted to support the Australian rowing community. So we've worked out deals with them, we've committed to each other on a certain level, and so that we can supply great equipment and get as many people in rowing boats as we possibly can and help the club grow. And I think we've done our bit, and obviously there's a fantastic committee, and through that we wanted to, not just as we grew as a business, we wanted to be able to support not just Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, but not just this regatta, but Rowing Victoria, and also, you know, we supply boats to Rowing Australia, and yeah, we're very proud that now we're in a position where we can actually give back to the community, and that's something that we'll continue to hopefully do in the future and grow with what we're doing and our involvement. So, because ultimately we're rowers as well, and all we want is as many people rowing as possible, and it'd be good to see some of the parents standing on the riverbank watching their children out in boats very soon too.
That is a fantastic idea, and I know we've been friends for a few years now, Al, but it's always really hard to have a conversation with you at a regatta because we're standing there talking about something and somebody will dip in and want just a little bit of something or a boat fixed, or you're so busy at the regattas with all that maintenance stuff.
Yeah, I actually just put a seat together for Lauriston before. They had a seat break and I whipped up one in about 5 minutes. It's a little bit sad how quickly I can make a seat now, and but it is actually, it's a bit sad, but I was quite excited about packing for this regatta and getting ready, because it's definitely the best part of the job. The new friends that Caitlin and I have made doing this, such as yourselves, and you know, so many other people around Australia. There is an absolutely magnificent community of people in this sport, and I thought I knew a lot of people before I started doing this, but I realised that now that I've just made so many more friends all around Australia and internationally as well through the business, and you just have so much in common, and it's so easy just to get along, and if everyone supports each other we can grow the sport and make sure we all have the best experience possible.
Yeah, and it's great that you've got the entry-level boats and the really elite boats, and we're going to have to finish up because I can see the club double sculls coming down the regatta course. Have you got any boats in there?
What sort of boats do they make and where do they come from?
Yeah, so we sell quickly before the race finishes, we sell 2 tiers of boat, Swift racing boats from China, and then the flippy boats from Italy. And yeah, they are at different price points, but the great thing is that we can supply rowing programs with a full fleet of boats for their juniors or club rowers, and then boats for their elite and senior rowers. And so we think it's the perfect balance, really, of the boat supply.
That is perfect. We're going to let Roger commentate the last part of the race, but we might hear from you tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to everyone for coming along and watching and cheering.
And that's Al Ishwood from Perfect Balance Rowing. We better give way to the racing with Roger now, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Penny, and well done, and good luck, Al, with your company, and sounds like it's going big guns. Ballarat Grammar in the lead here, Lockie Heath and Oliver Harris. They've had a pretty busy morning, and now at the early part of the afternoon in the double scull. They're looking very impressive out in front, coached by Paul Commons here on the Lake Wendouree. And they're out well in front of the rest of the field in this double scull. The preliminary race, we'll see them all rowing a little later for the trophy, and they come down to the line convincing winners by about 6 lengths from Johnny Fall and Charlie Savage, also from Ballarat Grammar. In second place, and in third position will be Gippsland Grammar, Curtis Wilmot, and close the door there. The door. And follows the Trinity crew on lane 3, well back to Trinity on lane 6. Great to see the Ballarat Grammar and Gippsland Grammar crews and Trinity, who've been a great support of this regatta today, competing. Gippsland Grammar in particular coming a long way from Sale and Eastern Victoria. That was a preliminary race, and one crew still to finish. The Trinity crew on lane 6. And we'll see them back in action again later in the program. Now the next event on the program is the heats of the schoolgirl double sculls. Open Division 1, we've got a good entry there today. In the 2 heats, there is a scratching in the second heat, race 51, scratched Geelong College. Lane 1 in the first heat of the schoolgirl double sculls, Open Division 1. Zara Kafori and Sophia Miller. On lane 1, they're right on the boys on the far side, coming past the 1750 metre mark now. We've had about 3 lengths in front of Lowther Hall, coming in second place at the moment. Rowing in the Essendon colours. Follows the crew from Gippsland Grammar on lane 3. They have 3 crews, 3 combinations which look like making the A final. It's almost another event. Back in 4th place is Gippsland Grammar, and in the rear of the field is Lauriston on lane 2. Lauriston on lane 5 have been passed by the umpire. Coming down to the line, it's going to be a windy Yarra Yarra in the first heat of the Schoolgirl Double Sculls Division 1. Going across the line first, a long way ahead, probably 120 metres back to the crew from Essendon rowing in the Lowther Hall, rowing in the Essendon colours. Well, it's officially Essendon in lane 6, but they're second, followed by Gippsland Grammar in lane 3 in 3rd place. So those 3 crews into the final later in the program, the A final, the remaining crews to the B final. Lauriston coming in 4th place on lane 5. And across to Lauriston on lane 2 in 5th place. And a long way behind is the crew from Lowther Hall on lane 4, 6th position. It was the first of the 2 heats. The second heat's underway with the scratching of Geelong College. Okay, have a good ride. Thanks for the coffee. They didn't charge you, did they? And don't forget you're well catered for here at Regatta. The Boost Juice, it's absolutely fabulous to have the range of Boost Juices here today. I had a mango earlier on, mango crush. It was absolutely magnificent from Boost Juice. I've now got a coffee from Bean Me Up machine, the van over there next door to the Boost Juice. And of course we got Damascus College with the food on the barbecue, the hamburgers, sausages, eggs and bacon rolls, and various fruits and healthy gear as well, and soft drinks available underneath the big marquee, which is underneath the very large pine tree on the South Station. Don't forget our major sponsor today is the JG King Homes, with 10 offices in Melbourne and regional Victoria, trusted by families for contemporary home designs and safe, strong quality new homes. First started here in 1985, so a great pioneer in Australian standards of home building using exclusively Australian-made true core steel. Staying tonight in Mid-City or? Our referee today is the head of the jury is Bill Webster. In our afternoon shift, the starters are Ross Litchfield and Stephen Spring, with the assistance of level 1. Our umpires are David Grubitz, Bruce McGuinness, Paul Dickerson, Barry Wright and Michael Easthoff. Our chief judge is Rod Florence, and head of control is Deb Spring. We do thank our level 1s as well, assisting our regatta officials from Rowing Victoria. As we see the second heat of the schoolgirl double sculls coming down towards the finishing line, race 51. With about 200 metres to go. And the girls from Albert Park College, Eva Levashova and Saska Payne, coached by Virginia Lee, former champion herself, particularly in lightweight division. And Albert Park College got about a 4 to 5 length advantage over the crew on lane 4, which is Shelford Girls Grammar, Bianca Brown and Rosie Davies. They're being hotly pressed by the Nagambie combination of Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Prowse. Stroke for stroke for that second place, but first, second and third into the A final of the schoolgirl double sculls. So it's going to be Shelford and Nagambie joining Albert Park College from the second heat, along with Yarra Yarra, Essendon and Gippsland Grammar from the first heat. In fourth place to go to the B final is Shelford Girls Grammar. On lane 1. Fifth place will be Shelford Grammar again on lane 7, just ahead of lane 3, Regatta Ballarat, 6th place. Great way to learn this sport of rowing in the double sculls and single sculling, as well as the quad sculls as well. So the girls having a good run through. Most of them have raced in the single scull, now having a go in the double scull. And all getting first, second and third into the A final, and the remaining crews to the B final. And just 2 crews in the male quad scull, Banks and Trinity. Crew on lane 4 have Scratch, which was Banks. The Banks crew on lane 3 comfortably out in front, stroked by Bo Hong Hung, with Lucas Turner, Oscar Kingham and Lockie Rose, with coached by Brendan Scott. Out in front by about 3 or 4 lengths over Trinity, Charlie White, William Ball, Nicholas Whiteoak and Hugo Osmond. The waters have certainly calmed down from the morning, and pretty well flat all the way down the course with just this slight head breeze still there, but having no really effect on the rowers or the scullers themselves. The Banks finishing full of running here to take out the prize in the male quad scull. Lockie Rose, Oscar Kingham, Lucas Turner, Bohong hung in the stroke seat. Well done, Banks. Good win. About 6 lengths clear over Trinity in second place. Next event, the girls Club 4, Women's Club 4, sponsored by Andrew Noblet Racing. We've got Melbourne on lane 2, Mercantile on lane 3, Mercantile on lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat on 5, and Melbourne on lane 6. And the crews are away in the Women's Club 4. Two mercantile crews have come out into the two mercantile crews have come out into the third 500 metres in this Club 4 event, sponsored by Andrew Noblet Racing. Mercantile number 3 in second from the South Station, stroked by Louise Carr, and Mercantile number on lane 4, stroked by Sophie Coltman. The sun starts to shine brilliantly here to finish, and the conditions very good for rowing. Now with water flattening out almost completely, just a slight head breeze. And the crew on lane 3 is comfortably in front. That's the crew stroked by Louise Carr, with Hannah Maganek, Henrietta Patterson and Eliza Lananick, coached by Annabelle Eaton, and Sam Fennessy, as is the second crew on lane 4, stroked by Sophie Coltman. They're at about a length and a half, 2 lengths behind at this point in time. Lane 3 ahead of lane 4. Quite a gap back then to third place getter, which will be Melbourne on lane 2. And also Melbourne on lane 6, followed by Wendouree Ballarat. The 5 crews coming down into the last 500 metres now. About 200 metres out, the Mercantile crew is stroked by Louise Carr, who won a single scull earlier in the program, and going for a double here in the Women's Club 4, sponsored by Andrew Noblet Racing. They've got about 2.5, 3 lengths clear over the second Mercantile crew, stroked by Sophie Coltman. Beautiful rowing by the Mercantile 4 as they come down to the line on lane 3. Eliza Pananik, Henrietta Patterson, Hannah Makaneski and Louise Carr taking out the prize by about 2.5 lengths from Mercantile on lane 4, stroked by Sophie Coltman in second place. Back to the rest of the field, headed by the Melbourne crew on the South Station, stroked by Zoe Ryan. And then Melbourne on the North Station on lane 6, stroked by Lisa Strain. Good to see Lisa rowing again. A Furbank girl and out of the sport for a little while, but good to see her back racing today. Fourth, and then Wendouree Ballarat, stroked by Rebecca Gribble and coached by Sam Hutchison, back in 5th place. Well done of the winning combination, stroked by Louise Carr, Mercantile, taking out the female Club 4, sponsored by Andrew Noblet Racing. And as soon as you finish, girls, would you please move away from the end of the course, and the winning crew to go in and get their trophies for taking out that event. Next event is race 54, the women's Quad Scull, Ballarat City and 2 Mercantile crews are well underway. Looks like just the one crew coming down. Ballarat City, Meg Maher, Anastasia Cornish, T. Jones and Tia Broad. The other 2 crews don't look as though they're there, Mercantile or Melbourne. So it's going to be Ballarat City in a row over in this quad scull, race 54. And the male Club 4 is coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark now. And 3 crews there, Banks on lane 3, Ballarat City on 4, and Mercantile on 5. Today's regatta, sponsored by JG King Homes, has received many industry accolades and awards throughout the 37 years it's been in operation. JG King takes pride in seeing their customers enjoy their homes as the biggest reward of all. Well done to Ballarat City. They've had a row over there in the women's quad scull. Meg Marr, Anastasia Cornish, T. Johns and Tia Broad. Mercantile and Melbourne not starting in that event. Mercantile in the lead in this third 500 metres of the male Club 4. Harry Cathcart, Lachlan Wilmot, Ben Edmondson and Stephen O'Sullivan, coached by Alistair Matthews. They're the crew in the lead. From Ballarat City, Sebastian Pendlebury, Riley McDougall, William Gilbert and William McKechnie. And then Banks back in third place, George Derham, Andrew Goldstein, Heinrich Vensk and Zane Bullock. Coached by Brendan Scott. A very convincing win in the end to the Mercantile combination of Harry Cathcart, Lachlan Wilmot, Ben Edmondson and Stephen O'Sullivan, coached by Alistair Matthews, scoring a convincing win in the end in the men's Club 4. Mercantile first, about 6 lengths clear over the crew from Banks in second place and Ballarat City 3/4 of a length away in third position. And the Mercantile, after you've turned your boat around there to go back towards the boating area, you can collect your trophies on the Esmus. And congratulations. The men and women's Club 4 going to Mercantile. Now the under 21 event, the 8th is virtually a non-event. Scotch, Melbourne Grammar Scotch, Melbourne Grammar and Harley have scratched. Just 2 crews from Geelong College. two Geelong College 8s rowing down the course. In the other 21-8, the lane 5 and lane 7. The first and second 8s at this early stage of the season. Follow that is the schoolboy double scull Open Division 1. Trinity, Gippsland, Grammar, Ballarat, Grammar, and Trinity are the 5 crews scheduled to start. Geelong College first 8 is on lane 5 and they're doing it very easily at the moment. Stroked by Ted O'Malley, behind him Lachlan Mitchell, Johnny Spring, Sam Thompson with a P, Alexander Williams, Robbie Solly, Joshua Hunter and Flynn Hanrahan. Coxed by Sophie Richardson and coached by Arun Trammell. We're about 6 lengths in front of the number 2 crew, rowing on lane 7. This is the schoolboy, this is the male under 21 8. So coming down on lane 5 is the Geelong College first 8, stage of the season, long race of course, until race day. Andy Lakes Regatta Centre in late March. Geelong College across the line first on lane 5, and about 6 lengths back to Geelong College crew on lane 7 and 7 place.
Let's go. Nice. More scope. Check it off.
And we're underway in the women's under 21 8, MLCQ on lane 2. Loretto Turak on lane 3, stroked by Isabel Malor. Lane 4, Loretto Turak, stroked by Maisie Richards. Lane 5, Geelong College. Lane 6, Mercantile. And lane 7, Geelong College, stroked by Eliza Savides. Mercantile have a comfortable lead here in race 57. The under 21 women's 8, Chloe Robinson, Abigail Zara Borgono, Bridget Somerville, Anna Morrison, Jess Hawker, Remy Mackay, Bronte Cullen, Summer Velo Callet is the Cox, coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. Doing it fairly well over Loretto Turak on the far side, the Loretto Turak on lane 3. Quite a gap back to Loretto Turak on lane 4, followed by Geelong College on lane 5 and Geelong College on lane 7. Well back at the rear of the field. And this the under 21 women's 8 at the JB King Homes Wendouree Ballarat Regatta for 2023. Mercantile doing it, well, not that easily. They're about 3/4 of a length in front of Loretto Turak, keeping them very honest in second place. Through stroke by Isabel Malor, behind her Claudia McNee, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Claire McGurr, Charlotte Lloyd, Stephanie Bear and Zoe Wasikis. Mercantile only a narrow leader now over Loretto Turak. So they've about 150 metres to go. A long way back to the second Loretto crew, followed by two Geelong College. Splashing going on up there. Down towards the finishing line, the under 21 women's 8, race 57. The Mercantile coming down on lane 6. Stroked by Bronte Cullen. Go across the line. 1 1/4 lengths clear. With Loretto Ballarat Turak in second place on lane 3. Long way back to Loretto Turak on lane 4, followed by Geelong College on lane 5, Geelong College on lane 7. Still have about 400 metres to go. Fifth place. But they're competing, they're racing, having a good lot of fun. Splashing around Lake Wendouree. Well done to Mercantile, the winners of the under-21 women's 8. And ready, if you could move back to the your way to the putting your boats away. Please, Mercantile, call in at the South Isthmus to receive your trophies. Next event is the School Double Scull Open Division 1. 130 event, race number 58. We will have Trinity, Gippsland Grammar, Ballarat Grammar. We'll have 2 crews, Ballarat Grammar and Trinity. First race just a short while away.
Don't you love it when people say, I just love your accent? Where are you from? That's your cue to get your Aussie on. Aussie, born and bred, made and owned. A lot like Haynes Paint, really. Born in Ballarat in 1935, Haynes is actually the only major paint brand that's made and owned right here in Australia. What? I know, it's crazy, huh? Who you talking to? Oh, what's that? You want the best quality? You're on. Haynes has been rated best paint by CanStar Blue 5 years in a row. Not 4, not 3, 5! I mean, that's nuts. Oh, you want colour? When you paint with Haynes, you can channel earthy warm, peaceful zen, softness, vitality, or any other vibe. When you paint on Haynes, you're painting on everything this fantastic fruit salad of a country means to you. Haynes Paint. It's Aussie, and it's the best. So go on, paint on, Australia.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
With Optus, you can power the potential of Australians in need. Simply donate your data on My Optus app. It starts with yes.
The Victorian Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented, young, coxes and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab, and into the state teams area. Coaches nominations are due on the 22nd of February. Athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early to enable selectors to monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
And are the costs coming down or are they going up? And when you build the frame with the steel, are there any other parts that are timber? Obviously the floor. Right. And how does a person go about getting a JG King house? So people are building, they're paying you to build their house. Is that the majority of people? Well, that's fantastic. There's no middle person. And there's quite a lot of businesses in the building trade that are getting into trouble, including some of the builders. If you build a home, surely if I want to build a home, I've got to pay you money on a regular basis right up until it's built, and then, so where are the builders losing their money? I don't understand. Just pause for a moment. We've just got one race coming down here. The Schoolboy Double Scull Open Division 1. Only 2 crews racing, Ballarat Grammar and Ballarat Grammar. The 2 crews from Ballarat Grammar, age 4 and 5. So Lockie Heath and Oliver Curtis have had a pretty busy program, but tell you what, they've been hotly pressed by the crew on lane 5 as they come down to the line. It's going to be almost a dead heat as they go across the line. Oh, I couldn't pick it. Maybe, what do you think, John? Lane 4 from lane 5 by a metre? Oh, yes. There's 2 more coming. They're a long way behind. Perhaps we better get up here to do the commentary. No, I was coming back to you. I was just interested in that particular aspect because it doesn't give the builders a good name going through, and some people I know very well from Langford Jones, you know. I just can't believe what's happened there. They overextended themselves. Yep. What about the big ones, Metricon and those? Are they? Yeah. So what would you say, like an average house with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, what would they cost? Different prices all around Victoria, or I'm talking about the building price, not the land price. That's not bad. Pretty good. I would have thought. Somebody asked me. More than that. And what are you noticing with the price of land? Is that coming down, or is it sort of holding up pretty well? Just getting back to rowing, you're doing a wonderful job sponsoring this regatta amongst all the other promotions you're doing of the company. But how is Wendouree Ballarat going? I can't ever remember 50 people from Wendouree Ballarat racing. So that's a great credit to you and your committee and your coaches, etc. And Ballarat City, you haven't completely suffered. They've got a couple of crews here today and they're still surviving. But the flow through from the schools to the clubs is still a challenge, isn't it? Well, the challenge is to try and win an Australian championship at the highest level to get yourselves, and that's where I'm sure the boys and the girls are striving for, and unless they all stay here, it's not going to be achieved, I suppose. John, it's been a pleasure chatting to you again. Congratulations on your wonderful sponsorship of this regatta and your leadership at Wendouree Ballarat. Sounds fantastic. And you must have the gods on your side, because we had terrible weather to start with. And I've seen worse, of course. But now, very pleasant conditions. It always helps. Warms us up a bit. Anyway, good luck for the rest of the regatta today and tomorrow.
That's how we came. How we won our championship. So as a whole, we actually came. We actually came second to that Melbourne High crew like 3. So they just rode off straight, and they cut across the course as well. So I think they got disqualified by the ball. Yeah, right. Wait, so does the whole boat have to cross it, or is it just whatever touches it first? So the little bow bowl crosses the yellow flag line. Yeah, what's a bow bowl? It's like a... Is it on the front or the back?
And I think the
okay, technically everyone's facing. So but I mean, is it when like coming across, is when it touches, or is it when the whole... Yeah, it's just when the door passes. We were all psyched up and back to the racing. We were all lined up here going crazy, and then we saw Pats had like a big flag up on the other side, and then they put us down for a bit, and I'm like, this is our chance. So a bunch of us guys walked all the way around here, took their flag, Pat's flag, and brought it all the way back here, and then shined it back at them, and we thought it was was really funny until we saw about 100 Pat boys. You could see them all walking. It's like, we're like, yeah, shit. It's such a fun day.
Lovely to see you. Come up again tomorrow.
Paddy boys just jump. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So weird that it's like that. Yeah. Maybe like 2 or 3 years of like straight life. I just forgot about it. I just it really affects a whole lot. That's why
I think a lot of it's coming out now. It's like things that missed out on.
yeah.
You know, like Sylvia's never been to Holland.
Really? Yeah, been in the aquarium.
So things like that.
So I reckon if we were, it would have popped it would have been year 10. That would have been, I think that's actually, like anyone who's 16, 17, I think we were worse.
I also felt so like kids in prep, like the first year of school,
That's true.
really, and even like Rich says first year of high school was like shit.
So I guess
Then it's like time to like
yeah. So I guess like as well, like you learn so many social skills, like you can kind of sort of how to talk to another human being. It's not just like chasing each other around. So you're actually like doing social skills.
Ballarat High School running it.
like all their
Some young bloke there.
graduation
They told me.
ceremonies and things, they always
I'm appreciative of you giving me a go because
yeah, so
rowing Victoria's decided to find other people. I don't know who that is.
doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people over there, but
Where's that away? You know how I've been having a lot of visions in my sleep recently about like what we should do as a business? I had a very, 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 very clear one yesterday. So I was on in my sleep last night, 5 I was in crisis, and I could see someone moving around in crisis. I was like, but that was my name. I was like, that's weird. Anyways, had a little, and then I went into like the box next to us, which, you know, we're taking over it, we're going to put shit on there and all this stuff, and I went, what? So then we put it hacked in here, and I checked the banks and the overdraft, and it flew down. So I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, and I was like, we need to overhaul security on the director meeting where we're asleep. They password banks. Password clean life. Yeah, I've been thinking about it like Jeff. Wasn't on last year. Oh, he didn't row last year. No, he didn't row. Broke his arm. We were going to fly. Yeah, would have missed it. Over the gap to a rig.
they're amazing. They rode against, well, they rode against Graham and Regatta last week in Parliament. Fish can go run every day as well.
Very game. Oh.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry, I can't hear you at all, mate. What are you saying? And it's all plugged in and the transmitter's still turned on. Let's try maybe moving the transmitter a little bit.
Well, what a wonderful interview that was with John King, and congratulations, John, to you and your company chip of this regatta. Now we're on to race 61 now, which is the A final of the school double scull Division 1. I'm not sure what happened on the B final, but maybe it's not coming. But I noticed the Gambie out there on lane 2, Shelford Grammar, Girls Grammar on lane 3, Yarra Yarra on 4, and they're out in front. Albert Park on 5, Essendon on 6, and nearest the judge on lane 7 is Gippsland Grammar. And the leaders are Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafori and Sophia Miller. They look very impressive in the earlier races. And they're out coming up towards the 1500 metres, probably 3 or 4 lengths in front of the crew from Essendon, Elisa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon, coached by Barry Gardner. In third place is Ngambie on the South States on lane 2, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Call Crafts. And back to this side of the course, Gippsland Grammar on lane 7, followed by Albert Park College on lane 5.
Well, no, you've got to move it between the two
rear of
orange
the field.
sides and set it up and
The
face
Sierra Yarra crew and the red and blue colours have been very impressive at the regatta today, and they're impressive once again here in the final of the school double scull Open Division 1 final. Zara Kafori and Sophia Miller sitting out about 6 lengths in front of Essendon, Elisa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon. Another 3 or 4 lengths back to Ngambie, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Krause. Fourth is pretty interesting. Good race there between Albert Park College, the crew from Gippsland Grammar, and bringing up the rear is Shelford Girls Grammar on lane 3. Down towards the finishing line, about 80-90 metres to go. The red and blue colours of Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafori and Sophia Miller holding on to a handsome lead as they come down to the line to take out the prize in the school girls double scull Division 1, scoring by 5 lengths at the finish. From the crew from Essendon Rowing Club, Elisa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon in second place. A big gap back another 100 metres away to the crew from Ngambie, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Krause. Third position, fourth place. Pretty tight between Albert Park College and Gippsland Grammar. Maybe Albert Park College will take out fourth, just ahead of Gippsland Grammar in 5th place, and the crew from Shelford Girls Grammar in 6th position. But well done to our winners there. Yarra Yarra, very impressive in the schoolgirl double scull Division 1. Zara Kafori and Sophia Miller. Well done to you, and you can collect your prize as you go past the Southern Isthmus. On your way back to putting your boat away.
Oh yeah, I invited Mum and
So that was race number 61. On day one of the two-day JG King with John Gordon King Regatta, conducted by the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. And they're underway in the next event on the program, which is race 62. Through race 63, the preliminary Division 2 of the school boy quad scull.
These kind of things I could go to. She got pretty upset. And also she wants to buy a couple of like you can kind of just keep inviting people.
Well, the thing is,
how,
like
where's
Matt says,
the
though,
line?
it does sort of depend who's paying. It's like, you know, if the parents are paying, then, you know, maybe they can invite people that they like to do. But if they're not paying, I don't think they can go through that big list of 55 friends that they want from those friends. So, I don't know.
He's tired, isn't he? He's not quite right. Yeah, you want to go have a girls' night out in Melbourne? You got an Airbnb, let's go down there. Yeah, night out for them. Down there. Have you had a girls' night with Mr. Harris for Australia yet?
No, because Sally was away all Christmas. We got back like 2 days before school went back. So, I haven't had a chance. Dad and I went to Paris, so I saved it. The funny thing is, Sally's given up alcohol now. So I'm like,
What?
not good for you. Hormones and
Oh, we've got two clashes here. We've got the quad sculls and then the school fours to follow. So it's all happening on the course at the moment. There's double scull coming down. So I'm only assuming this is race number 60 coming down now, after 61. Lauriston out in front, that's Amelia Van Pruin and Olivia Sherbert, coached by Jack Steele on lane 5. They're well out in front of the rest of the field. Follows second Lauriston crew on lane 3 in second place. followed by Shelford Girls Grammar in race number 60. There's double scale Division 1B final going to the Shelford Girls Grammar, Joanna Perkins and Gemma Bear. Bear with an E. Followed by the second lot of certain girls, which is lane 3. It follows the crew from Shelford. Then we've got the quad sculls coming through there. With Halebury out in front of Trinity. It doesn't look like Gippsland Grammar are there in race 62, the preliminary Open Division 1 quad skull. All lengths in front of Trinity in second place. Halebury coming down to the line, Joshua Landers, Angus McIntyre, James, Charles Raymond, Maximilian Raymond, and Benjamin Reid, the Cox, coached by Ashley Smallman, across the line first, 3.5 francs here over Trinity in second place in race 62. Well, with everything happening there, going across the line there between about 2 or 3 races for the space of this time, it was pretty exciting. But the preliminary of the Open Double Scale Division 2 now, race 63, Damascus College on 2, Trinity on 3, Albert Park College on 4, Gippsland Grammar 5, Trinity on 6, and St Pat's on 7. Trinity crew on lane 3 will be stroked by William Hobson, and the Trinity crew on lane 6 stroked by Carter Beamish. Now the 6 crews are away in the Division 2 of the Quad Scull. Damascus College on lane 2, Trinity on 3, Albert Park College on 4, Gippsland Grammar on 5, Trinity stroked by Carter Beamish on 6, and St Patrick's College on lane 7. This is race 63, the preliminary for the School Quad Scull Division 2. Over 2,000 metres, as all races today are over 2,000. Tomorrow we revert back to the 1,000 metres with racing starting at 8 o'clock on day 2 of the Wendouree Ballarat J.G. King Holmes Regatta. Major sponsors, we heard from Managing Director John King of the regatta. Started J.G. King Holmes in 1985, 37 years ago. Using Australian-made true core steel, one of the great features of their building. And it was interesting having a chat to John today, and we'll do that again tomorrow. The 6 crews are coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark now in race number 63, the Quad Scull Open Division 2. Damascus College on lane 2 doing well at this stage. And of course Damascus College have got the main food stall today, the barbecue, there on the south bank, and soft drinks available there as well, along with some fruit and lollies, etc. Damascus running that stall today, which we thank them very much. The bean machine still very busy with the coffees, and alongside we've got the Boost Juice van with some beautiful drinks available from Boost Juice, and very healthy. I mentioned earlier Damascus were doing well on Station 2, and they're still doing well, along with Albert Park College on lane 4. Back in 3rd place would be St Patrick's College on lane 7. Back to Gippsland Grammar on lane 5, then Trinity on lane 6 and Trinity on lane 3 at the rear of the field, a long way behind, as the leading crew comes towards the 1,500 metres. Not much between Damascus College and Albert Park College. Albert Park College, coached by Minnie Cade, stroked by William Ludlow. Behind William is Lewin Harridge, Ethan Rassains, and Luca Mercuri in the bow seat, with Hayden Gold Cox. The Damascus crew on lane 2, Jet Inkol in the bow seat, Hunter Bennett, Connell Sear and Joachim Henderson in the stroke seat, with Ivy Story the Cox, and Stephen Wood is coaching the Damascus College crew. Well done, Stephen. Albert Park College perhaps just putting their bow in front a little bit now. Crew coached by Minnie Cade, former world lightweight champion herself. Great to see her coaching at Albert Park alongside Virginia Lee. creeping up on this side of the course and coming home strongly. Maybe put their bow in front in the last 100 metres or so. And Harry Lester, the Cox, through from racing in the Nigel Sullivan Patrick's College across the line first, 1 length clear over Albert Park College, half a length further back to Damascus College in one of the better finishes of the day so far. Gippsland Grammar in fourth place. Fifth position will be Trinity on lane 6. A long way back to lane 3, Trinity will be in 6th place. Well done in the preliminary there for St Pat's College. Henry Reiner doing a beautiful job in the stroke seat there, bringing home his crew about a length clear of Albert Park College at the end. Now our sponsors for races 39 and 40 are not listed in the printed program for me, but Hard Track Australia are the sponsors for the Schoolboy 4 Division 1, and Division 2 is sponsored by Peter Short. And that's the next race on the program. Opposite races 39 and 40. Events 39 and 40. Race number 6 and 4. Ballarat and Clarendon are scratching on lane 1, so we've got Damascus College on lane 2, Ballarat High on 3, St Pat's College on 4, Ballarat and Clarendon on 5, St Pat's College on 6, and Ballarat Grammar on lane 7. So 3 second
I'll just move the camera
fours,
down there, man. Or even there.
3 first fours.
It's not going to rain anymore, so.
This preliminary race 64. Harbour Track Australia and Peter Short, the 2 separate sponsors. Start in race 64. Damascus College on the South Station 2, Ballarat High on 3, St Pat's on 4, Ballarat Clarendon 5, St Pat's on lane 6 and Ballarat Grammar on lane 7. So we've got Ballarat Grammar as their second group, St Pat's on lane 6 their second group, and Ballarat Clarendon on lane 5 their second group.
Too windy there as well.
A ladder.
Ballarat and Clarendon in the lead here on lane 5. Charlie McClure, James Forsyth, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat stroke with Cooper Nolly the Cox. Ballarat Clarendon in the red colours, or cardinal colours on lane 5. They're number 2 crew in the lead at this stage. Pat's number 1 are alongside them on lane 4. Back in second place, then back to St Patrick's College on lane 6, their number 2 crew, followed by Ballarat Grammar number 2 on lane 7. And back to Damascus College on lane 2, followed by Ballarat High School well back at the rear of the field. This is race number 64, combination of events 39 and 40, where the sponsors are Arb Track Australia and Peter Shorten, respectively, on 39 and 40. Ballarat and Clarendon still in the lead here on lane 5. Their number 2 crew. They didn't have a number 1 crew in the race, so maybe there's ducks and drakes going on, I don't know. St Pat's is their number 1 crew, so second place on lane 4. We get back to lane 7, Ballarat Grammar, their number 2 crew. Followed by St Pat's number 2 on lane 6. Well back to Damascus College on lane 2. Ballarat High School on lane 3 are tailed off. Ballarat and Clarendon have a tandem rig on the bow side. The bow man, the bow boy is back rowing on stroke side, as is the stroke. It's Charlie McClure, James Forsyth, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat. Cooper Knoll, the Cox. Ballarat and Clarendon in this preliminary, coming down to take out race number 64. Fine style, 2.5 lengths clear. Over the crew from St Patrick's College in second place. Get back to the rest of the field here. Ballarat Grammar in third. Stroke for stroke. Give it a well back to Damascus on lane 2. 5th place at 6th. Ballarat High School on lane 3. Well done to the winning crew there, the leading crew. Ballarat Clarendon, Charlie McClure, Charles Forsyth, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat. Cooper Knoll, Cox. That was a preliminary for the School Force Division 1 and 2, sponsored by Arb Track Australia and Peter Short.
How's that?
Much better, thank you.
Next event's race number 65, the School Girl Cox Force Division 1, sponsored by Palestine Cosmetic Specialist. First heat, Lauriston are a scratching lane 5, leaving Ballarat Grammar, Loretto Ballarat, Caulfield Grammar and Shelford as the crews to
Adam,
race in.
can you get me a red flag from the driver? Red flag.
In the second heat, race 66. Three crews are into the second 500 metres. Third 500 metres, I should say. There looks to be only three crews racing. I gave you Lauriston a scratching, an official scratching on 65. So it looks like Shelford is the crew that hasn't started on lane 6, so just the three crews in this first heat. Ballarat Grammar on lane 2, Loretto Ballarat on lane 3, and Caulfield Grammar on lane 4. It's only about a length and a half covering the three crews as they come towards the 1500 metres. Caulfield Grammar perhaps in the lead over Ballarat Grammar and Loretto Ballarat. In race number 65, the first heat of the schoolgirl fours Open Division 1. Coming up towards the 1750 metre mark now. Ballarat, the Caulfield Grammar crew in the lead still. Ava Pigeon, Emily Condren, Annabelle Barnett, Olive Pascoe, with Ivy Jones the cox, and Hannah Every Hall is the coach. Been a good race between these two crews, Caulfield Grammar and Ballarat Grammar. Caulfield still maintaining the lead at this stage by about half a length over Ballarat Grammar. And the crew from Loretto Ballarat about 2.5 lengths back in third place. In race number 65, Cox Fours Open Division 1 for the girls, sponsored by Belltime Cosmetic Specialists. Caulfield Grammar just lifting their rudder a little bit towards the end. Hold off any challenge for Ballarat Grammar to score by a length and a quarter at the finish. From Ballarat Grammar in second place and about 2.25 lengths back to Loretto Ballarat in third place. In the next heat, Furbank is official scratching in race 66. Four crews have come through coming towards the 1,000 metre mark. With a crew on this side in the lead, that's Ballarat Clarendon, Lily Navos, Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson with Chloe Tippett the cox. So they're comfortably in front of Toorak College on lane 2 from the National Water Sports Centre, back in second place, followed by Damascus College on 5. And Haileybury on lane 3. Furbank are scratching on lane 4. Schoolgirl 4, Open Division 1. Certainly the hardest part of the course is still this third 500 metres where it's a little bit choppy, and I could notice the crew Toorak College battling there a little bit on lane 2 on the far side, with Ballarat and Clarendon in the lead. Pretty used to the water here at Ballarat, whereas the calmer waters down at the National Water Sport Centre at Carrum might suit the Toorak College crew today. A little bit of chop in the water. And a fair gap back to Damascus College in 3rd place, and Haileybury at the rear is a long way behind. That'd be some 300 or 400 metres behind the leading crew, Ballarat and Clarendon. We are on the 4th of February, day 1 of the 2-day J.G. King Ballarat Regatta, conducted by the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. Through the 1,500 metres, it's Ballarat and Clarendon College well out in front. In fact, they've spread eagled the field. They're at about 150, 200 metres ahead of Toorak College. Another 100 metres back to Damascus College. Toorak College bringing up. A very impressive win coming up here to Ballarat and Clarendon. In Heat 2 of the School 4s Open Division 1. Lily Dwyer in the bow seat ahead of her Tedja Millis, Lucy Richardson, Katie Jackson and Chloe Tippett, the Cox up the front of the boat. Go across the line first, Ballarat and Clarendon. Take out race number 66 in fine style. 220 metres ahead of Toorak College in 2nd place. And 60 metres back to Damascus, 3rd position, and Haileybury bring up the rear. Heat 2 is, the next event's underway, sponsored by JT and Tilsey. Caulfield Grammar are scratching in race 67. School 4's Open Division 2. Heat 1, Haileybury, Loretto, Ballarat, Toorak College and Ballarat and Clarendon. Ballarat and Clarendon in the lead again here on lane 5, ahead of Loretto Ballarat on lane 3, followed by Toorak College and Haileybury well back at the rear of the field. 2 heats with the first 3 to go into the A final. Second heat is Scratch, Furbank and Shelford. I'm not sure why they haven't rode the whole thing as a first and final. So, only 6 crews altogether left in the race. And Haileybury finishing there. Chelsea, Jarrett, Estelle, Verna, Ellen, Riddell, and Vivian Robinson with Naraja, Alam, Cox. third 500 now is race number 67. The first of the two heats of the Open Division 2 of the School Girl 4, sponsored by JT and Tilsey. Again, a procession here taking place with Ballarat and Clarendon well out in front of the crew from Regatta, Ballarat. Followed well back to Durack College and Haileybury at the rear. It'll be some 700 or 800 metres behind the leading crew. Certainly another easy win coming up to Ballarat and Clarendon. They won the second heat of the Open Fours, and now the Division 1 and now Division 2 first heat, sitting well out in front of the field with Regatta Ballarat in second place. Well back to Durack College and Haileybury at the rear of the field. The event following that is underway. That's race 68. That's between the two crews, Ballarat High School and Ballarat Grammar. About 150 metres out from the line is the Ballarat Clarendon crew in the cardinal colours. Georgina Kemp, Mackenzie Cope Vilders, Amy Goodson and Delaney Troon, and this Troon name, the Vilders, and Samantha Crellon, the Cox. At the front of the boat, Ballarat Clarendon, another impressive win to them. Event sponsored by JT and Tilsey. Ballarat and Clarendon across the line first. 80 metres in front of Regatta Ballarat in second place. Well back to Durack College on lane 4. That's passing the 1500 metre mark. Clarendon having a couple of nice wins there in a row. Next event is race 68, the School 4's Open Division 2, sponsored by JT and Tilsey. Heat 2, Burbank and Shelford, both scratched on lanes 5 and 6. We've got another race on the course as well. Race number 69 is underway, sponsored by Roman Repairs. School Quad Skull Open Division 1 for the girls, Corowak, Strathcona, Gippsland Grammar, Gardenia International College and Fintona. That's race 69. 168 coming through to 1500 metres now with Ballarat Grammar on lane 4. About 150 metres in front of Ballarat High School on lane 3. Ballarat Grammar here is Eloise Adam, Olivia Mole, Winnie Taylor, Ella Gleeson and Eva Crocker. That's the all clear from the following umpire from the previous event. Umpires this afternoon, David Grubitz, Peter Bruce McGuinness, Paul Dickerson, Barry Wright and Michael Eastoff. Our chief judge is Rod Florence, assisted by 2 level 1s. Our head of control is Deb Spring, the president of Rowing Victoria, and a level 1 assisting her. And the starters are Ross Litchfield and Stephen Spring. And a level 1. Just cruising down towards the finish is Ballarat Grammar, well clear of Ballarat High School in Heat 2 of the Ox Fours Division 2, sponsored by JT and Tilsey. Ballarat Grammar. Eloise Adam, Olivia Mole, Winnie Taylor, Ella Gleeson in the stroke seat and Eva Crocker Fox up the front of the boat. Going to score the easiest of wins over Ballarat High School back in second place. Used to say the margin in the old days easily, this is very easily. Burbank and Shelford are scratching there at 68. Race 69 on the course now into the third 500 metres, and Strathcona in the lead on lane 3. Lily Douglas, Sophie McIntosh, Leah Leeton, Charlotte Harrison, Miller Pitcannon. They're comfortably out in front of Gippsland Grammar. Pretty impressive, this Strathcona crew in this preliminary quad scull Division 1. They're well out in front, the Strathcona crew, as they come down with about 180 metres to go on race 69. Finton are back in second place, struck by Francesca Speno. Down towards the line comes Strathcona, struck by Charlotte Harris, scoring by about 8 lengths at the finish from Finton are in second place. A further 10 lengths back to Cadet. Cardenio International College in third place. Corowa or 100% grammar started in that event. Event sponsored by Roman Repairs. Thank you to Rob Manning and his company for the sponsorship of that event. Still one crew to come. I didn't realise I was still there. Gippsland Drummer. So they come through in fourth place when they finish.
Thank you very much again to Roger Wilson, and coming just out of the reeds now, the female school Cox Quad Scull Open Division 2. This is Heat 1. First 3 crews go into the A final, the final 3 crews go into the B final. So coming along in lane 2 from Corowa is Hannah Curtin, Zoe Tao, Stephanie Petropoulos, Sienna Vulanis, with Julia Rogers coxing, coached by Catherine McCarthy. Vintner in lane 3 with Saskia Pezin, Alexandra Lewis, Samantha Antonios, Charlotte Gilligan and Emma Bolton is in the cox seat. For Damascus College, the hometown crew, we have Brady Orchard, Isabella Pearce, Samantha Crilly, Lillian Leonard, Milia Whelan, who is the cox, and coached by Bailey Wilson. Lowther Hall in lane 5, Milu O'Brien, Lauren Rushki, Ruby Ivers, Sophie Cryan, Eloise Horsley is the cox, coached by Tessa Brady Welsh. And in lane 6 from Cardinia International College, Violet McGregor, Izzy Carland, Legia Murphy, Ella Cheffrey and Fionzele is the cox, coaches are Anita Whitehouse and Wayne Nitschke. And it looks like it could be the the Cardinia College crew in the lead as they approach the final 250 metres of the race. The very distinctive uniforms of Cardinia International College standing out here in lane 6. I think in second place we might be looking at the Cara girls on the far side, and Vintner probably with the light blue blades coming in third place. So still a little bit windy, a little bit choppy, making it difficult for the crews as they head down into the last part of the race, but it does look like the Cardinia College crew is going to make a reasonably good effort of this. The first 3 crews into the A final of this race, and the crews bringing up the rear will be in the B final. So the real race probably, I'd say, is going to be to make sure that you can submit your place in the first 3 boats across the course, and it does look like the Lowther Hall team might be doing battle with the Vintner team to make sure they get third place here. Crossing first place easily, Cardinia International College. Quite a few lengths behind the Coro girls will cross the line in lane 2. Third place will go to lane 5 and Lowther Hall. And first crew into the B final will be the Vintner girls, and Damascus College really making hard work of coming down the course. That side chop is a little bit deceiving, actually. I think it is making it harder for rowing. So that's race 70, the female school Cox Quad Scull Open Division 2. And the second heat of that race is coming down the course now. They'll be just about crossing the 2,000 metre mark. And the 4 crews competing will be Lauriston Girls, MLCQ, Strathcona and Albert Park College. Give you a little hint of how they're going and give you the crew names as they get a little closer. Right now still in the shelter of the reeds, but about to come out of that into slightly rougher waters. You're at the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta 2023, and our regatta sponsor this year is JG King Homes. They've received many industry accolades and awards throughout the 37 years they've been in operation. JG King Homes take pride in seeing their customers enjoy their homes as the biggest reward of all, and there's some beautiful display homes out and around in Ballarat that you can go and look at and see just how stylish and interesting those houses are. Just watching the first heat of the female school Cox Quad Scull Open Division 2 rowers come off the course, as we can watch just coming into the open water the crews from the female school Cox Quad Scull Open Division 2 second heat, which features Lauriston girls Holly Cornwall, Bridget Plowman, Arabella McLeish, Mia McConnell and Jojo Blamey, who's coxing. For MLCQ in lane 4, Paige Robard Bean, Isabel Laurie, Hannah Fuvi, Olivia Peck with Hannah Kilpatrick, in Cox's seat. For Strathcona, Belle Gemmell, Nicole Tesh Orleanis, Annabelle Elliott, Ellie Turnham and Leah Kerno in the Cox seat. And from Albert Park College, Emma Chambers-Smith, Isabella Flood, Eve Malthan, Hannah Speed. Lulu Gleeson-Payne is the cox and their coach is Virginia Lee. And it does look a little bit like the Lauriston crew might be leading this race from lane 3. No, I think actually it might be the MLC crew in the lead. The MLC crew with their white Zooties with a diagonal stripe across does seem to be taking the lead in this particular heat, and they're being chased down the course. The Albert Park College crew looking pretty neat on the water, but perhaps a little bit thrown by some of that side shot that Lake Wendouree is dishing up today. MLC just sort of a pretty solid rating there. Looks like they're quite relaxed in their position, knowing that it's going to be hard to take away their victory as they just reach into the slightly more sheltered water and can pick up the pace a little. And the Strathcona crew, I think, realising there's not much to be gained by going crazy at this point, are going to finish in 3rd place. And MLC in lane 4 crossing the lane in 1st place. Albert Park College putting in a strong finish there. 2nd place from lane 6. And in 3rd place, lane 5, the Strathcona crew finish in 3rd place. All 3 crews going through to the A final. The next race we're looking at that is just approaching the 1,000-metre mark now is the female school Cox Quad Scull Open Division 3, the preliminary race. We have 6 crews competing in this race. Albert Park College in lane 2, Gippsland Grammar in lane 3, Lauriston Girls in lane 4, MLCQ in lane 5, Corowa Anglican Girls School in lane 6 and Strathcona in lane 7. So a fantastically strong looking race here for the female school Cox Squad. Sorry, I'll put my false teeth back in. Female school Cox Quad Scull Open Division 3 preliminary final. In lane 2 from Albert Park, Elizabeth Arnott, Poppy Wilson, Mia Dawley, Scarlett Liang, Isabel Dethridge is coxing. In Gippsland Grammar in lane 3, Anastasia Bulgha, Scarlett Travasky, April Harrison, Tilly Fox, Lucy Hodges coxing. In lane 4 for Lauriston Girls, Lily Creswell, Bella Nolan, Alexandra Allison, Isabella Cornish, Anna Eggleston is coxing. In lane 5, MLCQ, Jenna Cross, Rihanna O'Neans, Pearl Zymer, Alexandra McAvoy. Jessica Duke is in the cox seat. From Corowa in lane 6, Emma Wang, Emily Bell, Jian Wang, Ruby Dargaville, Tessa Plant is coxing for Strathcona, Jasmine Harvey, Amelia Bowers, Maddie Cootie, Holly Lewis, Esther Young is in the cox seat, and it does look like the Strathcona girls rowing very strongly to finish this race in a very, very positive first place. Very exciting for the girls as they're coming powering down into the last part of the race. In I think in second place might be the MLCQ girls with their white tops with black ones underneath, but they are being battled for second place, I think, by the crew from Albert Park College. So a decisive win in lane 7 to the Strathcona girls. Congratulations. Now MLC trying to beat out the Gippsland Grammar crew. I think MLC will clearly make it in second place, with Gippsland Grammar coming in third, followed pretty closely by the crew from Albert Park College. Say a big thank you to the Damascus parents and friends who are manning the sausage sizzle today at the Wendouree Ballarat JG King Homes Regatta. We really appreciate the sausage sizzle, especially on a day like today. Also, thanks very much to the Boost Juice people who've turned up with their mobile Boost Juice truck, and I wonder how many rowers are putting their success down to a secret juice that they might have consumed prior to the race, giving them that extra boost. Now just coming down the course to finish up the female school Cox Quad Opens division. The crew that missing their bow ball, but I think it might be the Lauriston crew in the line now in 5th place. And the Korowa crew with their Cox Tessa Platt in fine pink tracky pants, getting her girls across the line. Well done. Then we have the male school Cox 4 Open Division 3 coming powering down. 3 crews competing in this. Sponsored by Schmick Car Wash, which is, what a great name for a car wash. Schmick Car Wash is the sponsor for the male school Cox 4 Open Division 3 race. Ballarat and Clarendon College in lane 3 with Zach Spencer, Oliver Finch, Jack Cowan, Hamish Richardson with Laura Langley coxing. Ballarat Grammar with Robert Reed, Nathaniel Huff, Thomas Ham, Harper Walsh and Demi Oakdecool in Cox's seat. And St Pat's has Oscar Watkins, Coban Todd, Paddy Bennett, Thomas Stute, Patrick Stute is the Cox, and they're coached by Lachlan Simpson. It looks like the Clarendon crew is going to finish first. They're being challenged, of course, by Gippsland Grammar, who's really pushing, and St Pat's not wanting to be left behind, are just narrowing the gap there. And excellent rowing by all 3 Ballarat crews, giving themselves a little taste of what might be to come in the very hard-fought Ballarat Head of the Lake Schools competition. But great to see Ballarat and Clarendon in first place, Ballarat Grammar in second, and St Pat's in third. That's the male school Cox 4 Open Division 3, sponsored by Schmick Car Wash. That was a very, very fast race as they were putting a little bit of pressure on the girls' race prior. Schmick Car Wash is also sponsoring the next race, which is race 74, and we thank them very much for that sponsorship. There are 5 crews in this race. Again, there'll be a few Ballarat crews, that will be competing. Ballarat is very fond of its fours races in Head of the Lake, so we will see a couple of crews just testing out to see what the opposition might hold for them. In lane 2, Ballarat Grammar has Georgia Walsh, Emily Whitehall, Eve Cassidy, Eleanor Grieve, Madeline Barclay Smith is coxing. For Loretto in Ballarat, Emma Gowans, Tess Squire, Lily Delaney, Amelia Hoffman with Madison Lane in cox seat. Ballarat and Clarendon College has Emily Davies, Annabelle Maloney, Maya Salmi, Kate McClure, Molly Cooper is coxing. And Caulfield Grammar has Sarah Rudin, Sophie Osmond, Emily Thompson, Stephanie Longley with Jules Sodarski coxing, and their coach is Jasmine Bell Lowe. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Sarah Castley, Sophie Long, Harriet Kogler, Arabella Simons, Tilly Unsworth is coxing them from lane 6. This is the Wendouree Ballarat Regatta for 2023. Our sponsor is JG King Homes. They have 35 display homes throughout Victoria. Pay them a visit and see what life is like inside a JG King home. And some of those houses are just beautiful to take a look at. I'd highly recommend it. Now, we have some small businesses also sponsoring our regatta here today. Hames Paint from Ballarat, Delta Floor World. Optus has provided the screen which spectators can get a closer view of the racing for when the crews are further up the course like they are at the moment. Veolia Environmental Management and Selkirk Bricks. We also really appreciate Rob Manning with Rob Mann Boat Repairs and Eclectic Tastes Cafe, and great thanks to Jane Miller for her support. And not forgetting, of course, Al Isherwood from Perfect Balance Rowing. If you have something going wrong with one of your boats, you'll probably be racing up to Al at his store to see if there's something that he can put in to help you with, be it a new seat or new communication between the cox and the crew. So we're just waiting for the female school Coxed for Open Division 3, sponsored by Schmidt Car Wash, with 5 crews competing in this regatta. It looks like the Clarendon crew with their bright splash of red might just be in the lead here. Hard to tell yet. In lane 2, Ballarat Grammar. In lane 3, Loretto Ballarat. In lane 4, Ballarat and Clarendon. In lane 5, Caulfield Grammar. In lane 6, Melbourne Girls Grammar. And conditions do look really rough in the centre of the lake. Some of the crews looking like they're skewing a little bit sideways, but perhaps as you might expect, the 3 Ballarat crews are definitely making the most of these difficult conditions. After all, this is what they train for. The head of the lake pretty much goes on no matter what the weather. Looks like Loretto Ballarat might have a slight lead over the grammar crew and the college crew, but definitely the Ballarat crews are having an easier time of it. We're seeing some real splashes from the oars of the crews from Melbourne. Obviously the sideways chop making life quite difficult for them. The boats really are skewed to one side as the wind's really making it tough for them to get down the course in a straight line. But the Ballarat crews, it looks like Loretto has definitely taken the edge and is leading the race at the moment. The Ballarat Grammar crew are sort of solidly just sort of trying to sneak up on them at the moment, and unfortunately it looks like the Clarendon crew have fallen quite a bit behind now, but at the moment this looks like Loretto Ballarat's race to take away. Loretto looks like they're sticking to their race plan and just taking up their rating a little bit more as Ballarat Grammar really tries to reduce the lead that Loretto has. Looks like the Clarendon crew's really run out of puff. I think Loretto knows as they're coming into the home straight closer to their school, they're just picking up the rating a little bit, just trying to really smash the opposition, let them know what to expect for head of the lake. Clarendon, not to be deterred, is really gaining. They've just picked up, realising that the end of the race is close and you're going to have to do something about it. And it looks like a terrific battle between Grammar and College as they're fighting it out for second place here. Neck and neck. Oh gosh, it's going to be a really tight call for second. And Clarendon might have just had enough energy to make it back in finishing in front of the Ballarat Grammar crew. And coming in from Caulfield Grammar Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 6 to finish 4th. That was a tough race, girls. Conditions were not great. Caulfield Grammar coming up in lane 5 to make it 5th crew across the line under really difficult conditions. It might look fairly smooth here at the finish line, but there's some really treacherous side winds that can catch crews across just between the end of the reeds at the 1,000-metre mark. There's a real wind tunnel that sort of comes across and makes rowing conditions difficult, but we've just seen the white flag from the umpires, so those results will stick there. That was Loretto Ballarat in first place, followed by Ballarat and Clarendon in second, Ballarat Grammar in third place. For the female school, Cox 4 Open Division 4, sponsored by Schmick Car Wash. That was a preliminary race. Race 75 looks like a little bit of a mixed bag here. I think it's female school quad, Coxed quad. I'm not sure if it's Division 4 and Division 5 together. Nonetheless, I'll tell you the crews that are competing here. We've had a scratching from Shelford. In lane 3, Strathcona has Isabella Cowell, Zoe Fotheringham, Bethany Moore, Isabella Cardilli and Eleanor Appleton as the Cox. In lane 4, from Sacred Heart, Hannah Glover, Ruby Davey, Olivia Broadbent, Sophie Whelan and Charlotte Shooten in the Cox seat. From Strathcona, Talia Fisher, Kayla Griffiths, Georgia Snadden, Lucy Gratian, Ruby Lachlan is the Cox, and again for Strathcona, Hannah Geary, Celia Chen, Sophie Norman, Olivia McInnes and Isabella Donovan is coxing. It does look like the Strathcona, maybe the Open 4, Division 4 crew. Looks like it might be in the lead at the moment. In second place could be Sacred Heart, or in fact the second Strathcona crew. to see bow numbers at the moment. And if you are watching on the live feed, you can see the real differences in the colour of the water. You can see the splashing as the oars hit the water. You can see the way the boats are slightly skewed diagonally across their lanes. Even though they are travelling in a straight line, the wind is really pushing around at the boats. Just really difficult rowing conditions. You know, the crews are really sort of pushing to make headway, especially the lighter weight girls crews, making it just a really hard row for them. But battling through, it is an outdoor sport, and Mother Nature is just one of the factors that we have to deal with here on Lake Wendouree, and indeed in any course. As they say in the classics, if you don't want to deal with the weather, you can jump on an ergo and row indoors. It does look like the Strathcona crew in lane 3 might be the leaders. A pretty sizable lead at the moment, unless I'm missing somebody else. And Strathcona, the second Strathcona crew, looks like it will take second place and third place. It might be Strathcona, with Port Sacred Hearts are really doing it hard in 4th place. So the crew crossing the line first with a considerable victory in lane 3, the crew of Isabella Cowell, Zoe Fotheringham, Bethany Moore, Isabella Ciarduli, with Eleanor Appleton coxing them. Coming across in second place for lane 5, again Strathcona, Talia Fisher, Callia Griffiths, Georgia Snadden, Lucy Gratian and Ruby Lachlan coxing them. Very neatly done. And in third place, Strathcona again, in the Strathcona crew from lane 6, Hannah Geary, Celia Chen, Sophie Norman, Olivia McInnes, Isabella Donovan coxing. And the Sacred Heart girls lengthening out as they hit the much calmer waters here, right at the finish line. Hannah Glover, Ruby Davey, Olivia Broadbent, Sophie Whelan and Charlotte Shooten as the cox of that crew. So that was the female schoolgirls, I think Open Division 4 and Open Division 5 race, and the white flag from the umpire says those results will stick. We're watching the male school Cox 4 Open Division 4 preliminary race, race number 76 in your programs coming down. We have the crews in lane 2, Ballarat and Clarendon College, with Xavier Allen, Jaideep Mann, Micah Hickenbotham, Ashan Rohan with Bella Nolan coxing. In lane 4, St Patrick's College, Gabriel Freeman, Jack Williamson, Joseph Elliott, Caden Long and Charlie Geddes coxing. From Geelong College in lane 5, Hamish Beach, Josh Glazebrook, Lachlan Anderson, Xavier Ryan with Arabella McCall coxing. St Patrick's College here in Ballarat, William Charles, Marcus Gatt, Trenton Sands, Mike Bleacher with Liam Shaw coxing. Their coach is Lachlan Simpson. It looks like the St Pat's, oh no, I might have spoken, it might be the Geelong College crew, followed closely by St Pat's with Clarendon quite a way behind here, but St Pat's, knowing what to expect, realises that they're into the calm water and the red boys, and is really stepping up. They're racing here, wanting to finish with a good, clear margin ahead of their second St Patrick's College crew. So it's St Pat's in lane 6, with William Charles, Marcus Gatt, Trenton Sands and Mike Bleacher, with Cox Liam Shaw crossing the line first in lane 6. And St Patrick's College with Gabriel Freeman, Jack Williamson, Joseph Elliott, Caden Long and Charlie Geddes. Cox, lane 4 in 2nd place. It's a great result. I can't even see the Geelong College crew, whether they scratched at the start, but we've certainly got Ballarat and Clarendon coming in 3rd place. They just hit the calmer waters and can really lengthen out, get a feel for the course. There, Cox, Bella Nolan edging them through to the finish line. The last few strokes to go with Xavier Allen, JD Mann, Micah Higginbotham, Ashan Rohan, and of course, as we said, Bella Nolan, the Cox. So that was the male school Cox 4, Open Division 4. We have another preliminary race that will be starting shortly. The rowers might already be on the course. This is female school 4s, Cox 4s, Division 4 and Open Division 5, both in the same race. We'll have a crew from Ballarat and Clarendon College. We will have Loretto Ballarat, Turat College, Ballarat and Clarendon. Loretto Ballarat has another 2 crews in this race. I'll give you the names when the crews start to look a bit more obvious on the course, but that will be race 77 that we're looking forward to next.
JJ King hose, steel frame hose, JJ King hose, steel frame hose.
The Victorian Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented young coxers and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab and into the State Teams area. Coaches nominations are due on the 22nd of February. Athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early to enable selectors to monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn.
Discover a world of difference at Floor World. We're the friendly experts in the industry with decades of combined experience. No matter where you are in Australia, you're sure to find a store near you with 38 sites nationwide. We offer more than just flooring and pride ourselves on our solid and trustworthy advice.
Crew 1 is Olivia Jones, Tess Clark, Abby Britt, Jane McInnes and Holly Boyd coxing. Loretto Ballarat 2, Poppy Charlson, Talia Reeve, Zali Klein and Sienna Hoyles in the cox seat. So we might be expecting to see some advantage here for the Ballarat-based crews, and it does look like the Loretto crew in lane 3 has a lead. Definitely a lead over the Ballarat and Clarendon crew in lane 2. Ballarat and the Ballarat Loretto crew that is in lane 6, which is Division 5, looks like they might be coming in 3rd place, and the Ballarat and Clarendon College crew Division 5 in lane 5 is actually looking quite good for the Division 5 boats. There's a few crews really lagging behind, but it looks like the Open Division 4 crews, it is going to be Loretto Ballarat, followed by Ballarat Clarendon. Toorak College, definitely way back in the field. Obviously the conditions are looking quite hard for them. But the Loretto crew with Emily Cosgriff, Poppy McElwain, Hannah McCrum and Maya Howard making it look a very easy win for them. And interestingly being challenged by their Division 5 sisters with Olivia Jones, Tess Clark, Abby Britt and Jane McInnes with Holly Boyd coxing. Look like they're going to finish in 2nd place, even though they're in a division lower than the Ballarat and Clarendon College girls in lane 2, who look like they will finish in 3rd place. So coming up to the finish line, Loretto Ballarat in lane 3, Emma Cosgriff, Poppy McElwain, Hannah McCrum and Maya Howard. Cox by Lily Connell will finish in 1st place. The Division 5 winners in lane 6, Olivia Jones, Tess Clark, Abby Britt, Jane McInnes and Holly Boyd will finish in 2nd place, although 1st place for Division 5. And in 2nd place, the Ballarat and Clarendon girls in lane 2, Georgia Fall, Charlotte Skeen, Elkie Dent, Ruby Kinnesley and Portia Kane coxing. And just finishing in 4th place in lane 5, the Ballarat and Clarendon Division 5, who is 2nd for Division 5, Phoebe Marr, Taylor Mason, Mabel Goss, Anna Anderson and Georgia Lennox coxing. And the Toorak College, we've got, Loretto Ballarat. Number 2 is Poppy Charlson, Talia Keane, Alexandra Grieve, Zali Kane and Sienna Hoyles. Finishing in 3rd place for Division 5. And just watching the Toorak College girls come across. Oh, it is the next race. Goodness gracious. Oh, Zeds. Sorry, was it? Okay. So the boys caught up to the girls. I have. No, I've found them. So, gosh, who came across the front there? Was it Haileybury over Trinity? Oh, Gippsland Grammar. Okay, so Gippsland Grammar came in 1st place. So Curtis Wilmot, Evan Lewis, Anthony Smith, Thomas Gilliam and Camden Byer in the Cox's seat. And then the Haileybury crew of Joshua Linders, Angus McIntyre, Charles Raymond, Maximilian Raymond, oh, brothers perhaps, Benjamin Reid coxing, and Trinity Grammar, Hugo Osmond, Nicholas Whiteoak, William Ball, Charlie White, with George Karagianis as the cox. That was the male school cox squad Skull Open Division 1. Well, no wonder they were fast. Oh, he's coming through. So these might have been the girls from the previous race. That was Toorak College?
Toorak College, yeah.
So Kayla Bode, Pierre Gibson, Annabelle House, Alicia Young and Alice Peterson. So that must have been a bit scary to be rode through by the boys' crews there. Okay, obviously we're trying to make up some time here. We are going straight into the Male School Cox Squad Open Division 2 final. We have in lane 2 Trinity with Matthew Rigby, Patrick McInerney, David Morris, Carter Beamish and James Salami, who's coxing. Damascus College in lane 3. Jet Inkle, Hunter Bennett, Connell Sear, Yoakum Henderson. Ivy Story is coxing. Stephen Wood is their very enthusiastic coach. And so let's hope that they do really well. St Patrick's College has Lockie Belleville, Harrison Grant, Hugh Jackson, Harry Reinher and Harry Lester is coxing. I think I know Harry. Go Harry. Albert Park College has Luca McCurry, Ethan Rassius, Lewin Harridge, William Ludlow. Hayden Gold is coxing and their coach is Minnie Cade. Gippsland Grammar have Jada Firth, Legan Joshi, Stuart Ray, Samuel Reynolds, Lachlan McCall is coxing for them, and for Trinity in lane 7, Rosh Stephanotis, Lockie Starrick, Seb Beanish, William Hobson and Vanch Badgwa is their cox. Now it looks like St Patrick's College in lane 4 has quite a decisive lead here. Patrick College coxed by Harry Lester. Go Harry. I know he's been coxing, I think, just for this year, and he'll certainly be sending those boys on their way. And again, keeping their fingers crossed that this might be a little bit of a prelim for Head of the Lake, even though the guys are rowing in Cox Quad Sculls. Second place for Damascus. Come on guys, from Damascus. Steve Wood, your coach. We're wanting you to just pick it up, rowing beautifully together. Look like they're going to be finishing in second place. Very exciting for the crews at Damascus, who are really one of the newer schools in Ballarat to get into rowing. But that looks like it's going to be a decisive second place for Damascus. Yes, was the Pats is right. Coxed by Harry Lester. Good job there. And Albert Park Lake is just sneaking in for a third place. Albert Park College sneaking in for a third ahead of the crew from Trinity and the Gippsland Grammar School seeking in. Oh no, they're going to, I think the Trinity is just beaten them and Gippsland Grammar. So we're just waiting for one last Trinity crew to cross the finish line. That excellent result for St Pat's. Do you have a soft spot for St Pat's, Roger? Oh, I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to be at all. So congratulations, guys. So that was the Male School Cox Quad Scull Open Division 2. So in first place, St Patrick's College. In second place, Damascus. And I think, was it Albert Park College that came in third? Fourth for Trinity and fifth for Gippsland Grammar, and just waiting for the final Trinity crew to slide themselves across the line in lane 7.
Where are we at?
So we are at race 80.
That's where I should.
Okay.
Is that gone?
Yeah, we're up to race 60. So this.
What do they think? 76.
I didn't put the results in. Oh, did you want to know who won? Oh, just that was the one that.
Thanks, Penny. You've done a great job.
Oh, thank you. You like to take
I'm sure they're all pleased to get their names read out.
Well, I hope so. I hope I read them vaguely correctly.
The funniest thing is I still don't understand why they can't put the speaker out here. There's quite a few people out here. You can't hear a thing. I can't hear you at all. Not fair.
Well, that's probably right.
very much to Penny Johnson for her help in relief broadcasting today. She's done a great job. Have a safe journey home on your bike. Our sponsors today, our gold sponsor. That's the last one. Our gold sponsors, JG King Homes, of course. We've been sprouting their wonderful work as a company in Australia we can be proud of. Perfect Balance, Al Worshipwood. Penny had an interview with Al a little earlier on. Tell us all about his products and his wonderful results over the last 4 years. Our silver sponsors, Hames Paints, Delta. Hames Paints, of course, based here at Ballarat, right throughout Australia. Delta Floorwood, Optus Screen. We noticed there's a big Optus Screen on the South Isthmus there for people to have a look at the racing on the live streaming. And Viola Environmental Group, the management, Selkirk Bricks, Rob Manning for his boat repairs, and Electric Taste, Jane Miller. You see the next event coming down, which is the race number 80. The scratchings there, but through from St Patrick's College, continuing the school's wonderful effort today, particularly in recent times. Penny was commentating, and the winning combination there, Ned Bennett, Paddy O'Brien, James Halshill and William Exon, Isaac Martin the Coxon, coached by David O'Doherty. Second place, Ballarat McLaren, lane 6. Charlie McClure, James Forsyth, Zachary Lang and Alexander Moffat with Cooper Nolly. Third place,